Make your introduce yourself, make your question brief and straight to the point. I will take numbers and we go in that order. So 1, 2. Okay, you are not raising up your hand. 2, no. 1, 2, 3. Dr. Adisa 4. Dr. Kogbe 5. Awawe 6. And then the last but not the least, Egunlatonke Imbele, Professor Obi. In that order, 6 in that order. The first one is here.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I want to appreciate all the presenters. My question goes to the first presenter, and I want to ask that was there a period that African was static, that Africa was actually static? And the comment I want to make is also for the last presenter, that we need to disabuse the term colonial master. I would prefer we call them colonialists. We still having that mind that they are still our master. When anytime we try to emphasize the term, it is preferred for them to be called colonialists. They are not our masters.
Standing on the existing protocol, not to waste much of the time, my name is Tolulokwe Okundikwe from Adekunle Ajashin University, Akumba Akoko. My observation goes to the second speaker, actually 3 speakers in all. First, the second speaker. I once encounter an issue being raised on, being put up by some educated mothers on Facebook. Where's the woman? Okay, on a Facebook platform that I joined, while they are raising questions on what kind of cream should I use for a 3-month-old baby, because he or she is fair and I don't want her to grow darker. Would I say they are educated though, they are enlightened? Is that a factor of us of spouse or being less educated? Please, I want you to enlighten me on that. Then the third speaker, Aduni Olorisha Susan Winger. Now, this is on a lighter mode. I think he's online, Abi. Okay, yes, he's online. Would it be that Aduni is just simply a custodian of sacred proof, but she did not really believe in what she's custodianing? Yes, I'm asking, if it is so, why does she not have a baby of her own or husband of her own? Because I believe that the women that comes to the annual festival of Oshoshogbo come, like for example, the waiting mothers, they come to seek for child, husband, job, money. In return, having it in mind that they will return back and give it back to them. Does she not have that belief in she's just preserving? Does she have husband? She does not have. Yes.
Sorry. Please,
she has both European husband. The marriage did not work, and then she also has an African husband.
Hello. So we're going to take all the questions, and each presenter will have the opportunity of responding to questions that are related to presentation. So I think that's your question.
The third, please, I said 3
brief, now, so that others can have.
Yes, to Daniel Morrison. I want to opine against your submission that tap dance of, because I'm a dancer, that tap dance of America find its root in Ogun dance of Yoruba culture in Africa. No. Tap dance is distinctively tap dance of America, and Ogun dance is a dance of a deity in Yoruba race. Because you said the findings is on the dances of the slaves while on ships. Remember that those dances, they were forced to do the dance it was done under duress, and you couldn't expect the originality of Ogu dance in their steppings. And Ogu dance is done without is done barefooted, while your tap dance is done with a distinctive prop of the shoe that you showed us. Please make it clearer to me.
Next.
Good morning once again. So mine are more of suggestions than questions. The first will be to
Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Gandhi Josephine. From University of Maiduguri. Thank you. So the first my first goes to my sister from public health. So I love her paper a lot because it's something that is a body discussion that has been going on. So I'd like for you to take it further to tease out the repercussions of what bleaching does to women and children and all of that. It will go well. That's what I wanted to say. Then to my lecturer from you here, so you said that the God you are referring to here is not the supreme God. So I'd like to clarify that it depends on what your beliefs are. There are people who believe that this God you are referring to in the place are the supreme God. So if you do not worship that God, you will think that the one that you worship is the supreme God. But for those who believe that this God is the supreme God, it is the supreme God. So you should just forget about the clarification. Simply say you are referring to gods as youth in the play. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Professor Adisa.
Thank you, Chairman. I just would like to speak to the last presenter to try to avoid contradictions by the time she wants to complete the work. The impression I had of her argument, the first impression was that she was trying to romanticize the past when people were involved in ancestral worship, that you could make appeals to your dead members of the family so that you could be blessed. But the fact remains, the example she tried to give of current experience in Nigeria, she was please trying to present this our academic as being despotic. And I know even then and now, those people that transmuted into gods, some of them were despotic. So if you will argue to romanticize the past, you should present evidences that they had it fine when those many gods or supreme gods were good and fair to their living members of the family. But what I want to say is that you should just avoid the contradictions and make an argument stand. If you should instead so say the past was better than what we are experiencing now, or the now is better than the past. But
thank you.
She has to argue that these gods were indeed assisting the living members of the family. And the last example she tried to give contradicted.
Thank you very much. Dr. Adekogbe.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to just briefly raise few comments on the Arinola, Tinuke, and Jadwala. Yes, I actually, understand your point. Line of argument, but there's a question. If this research is gender centralized according to selected nursing mothers, then maybe that is okay. That's your area, but it could have been better if you make this study a comparative, because you are a dermatologist. So let it be probably between the bleaching men and also the bleaching women. We have different body chemistry. The thickness and the lightness are there. So the body chemistry of a woman differ from the body chemistry of a man. So what are those effects on each of these category of gender? That's what I'm just thinking about. Then to the two other ones beyond color, Akimbode and the dance step also, it would have been better if you were able to watch the clip of that, because that is the only that can give us the understanding. The information was too abstract. You expect that those videos should be played. Those of us in music be able to also calculate and look at the rhythms and compare this rhythm to Ogun, dance rhythm. That would have been us giving us the point to contribute better on these two papers. Beyond that, Akimbode, I don't know why you should apply qualitative method of, in this kind of, what you are doing is more of analysis.
Yeah.
So let me just look at it very well and apply because this qualitative method will not actually give you the desiring answers to this particular research you want to do. That's just my suggestion and comments. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Prof.
I'm
Oh, okay.
the fifth person. Yeah, I just have a comment on one presenter. That is the one on tap dance. I actually
Daniela.
on tap dance. My point of departure from her own is, normally we know that these diaspora dances have their roots from the African, especially from West Africa, mostly the cultures within the coastal areas, the Karabari, the Yoruba, and the rest. So for her to say it has some roots from the Ogun or whatever from the Yoruba culture, I don't have any doubts about that. But not that, there was a statement she made that there was like an institution, a space created for these people to go and rehearse, do their cultural whatever preservation. It was not like that. Tap dance is a slave dance. It was just a dance after a very serious plantation work and whatever. These slaves had to find a way, across cultures that were on the plantation, to find a way of either trying to release their own stress, and they created some dances. So you can better have some elements of Yoruba movement in that dance, and then all this culture. So the lady who actually put it out that he was arguing, I think that paper, she is right, because it has roots from Africa, and there's no doubt that it has some elements of what Yoruba dance steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Prof. It's your turn, sir.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank you, everybody. I think it's a privilege to be here, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the invitation. I have learned a lot. And we have to be open to ourselves. Mine will be a comment. Questions may generate for people to answer. They have talked about God, they have described about Ogun and all this. Well, the idea, my first comment is that Olódùmarè, Odùmarè, ó ti wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kí Christian àti Muslim tó dé. And Odùmarè is supreme God. So ó ti wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kí Muslim tó dé. Colonization, decolonization, we shouldn't be talking about colonization now. Látọdún wo tí wọ́n ti gba independence, decolonize ara yín. Yeah. No, we have to face the truth. We don't decolonize ourselves. Yes, and ó yẹ ká máa sòótọ́ fúnra wa. I'm sorry, I don't want to speak it because there are people who don't understand Yoruba here. I have tried to suggest that when the Western, the Yoruba in the former Western region will want to swear, let them use God of Iron. Let them use God of Iron to swear. And the members of our House of Assembly that will not touch government money, that will not cheat, that if you cheat, let him deal with you. They will ask the government, go and take your position. They will run away from the position. This is where we should go back to. Honestly, this is where God of Thunder, you don't dare him. Yes, God of Thunder. Up to Nupe, the Nupes are Yorubas. I don't know whether you observed recently when herdsmen were troubling them, the Emma of Nupe, they got there, something happened to them. They asked him how the people are not coming there. He said that is how he sees it himself. There are lots of things that they are disturbing you, disturbing Yoruba in the farm. You don't report to the police, you deal with him, he disappears, and it will work. Now, I think we should get this, let the government know. Now, the Yorubas in particular had been in existence about 580 something years before Jesus Christ was born. Yes. The Israelites came to Egypt. They said they were enslaved. Egypt never fought anybody. They came to look for food. Everybody knows now. No, they came to look for food and they found, I'm sorry, I'm not going to take much of your time. They came to for food and they found Joseph that they thought was lost. You know, okay, now the God of Iron, it works. In 1957, my grandmother is not a Christian, it's not a Muslim. He worshiped gods, 16 different gods. And these are God of Yoruba land, 16 different gods. Now she woke up one day and she said, God of Iron is going to fight. He said, God of Iron is going to strike. So she went to Ibadan from Ilesha. She went to Ibadan with for Ijishas, they know Deyes car. Those are rare vehicles that go to Ibadan. So they drop her to Gumpa. She went to Kutedo. She said, where is Sunday? My brother, my cousin works with the railway station. He works with the railway station. So he got there, he said, he said it came so that there will not be anything. Okay. This is Sunday. He asked him to get into a room. He's been booked he's an engine driver too. I'm sorry, he's an engine driver too. So he said, get into a room. He got into a room. He locked the room. He said, remove all your clothes and let it be a pint with you. And it remains a pint. Then he hold the chicken, hen that he brought from Elisha. Use it on him. He said, God of Iron is going to fight. Then he started chanting all those stuff. So he said he should wear his clothes. Then they said he has to eat for the morning food. He said he didn't come here to eat. Okay. So he went back. Came back to Elisha. Then the guy was supposed to go to Zaria with the train. So when he got there to the Ibadan railway station, and they have struck off his name. They struck off his name that he cannot go. So he went to complain to his boss. He said, the boss said, nobody can remove your name. That one went to another greater boss. The greater boss said that leave Sunday alone. Sunday will go on any other time. That train was train disaster at Ralukon. All those who went
Died.
perished.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, sir.
You can see,
Right.
please, Professor Salami.
Please, sorry, sir. Please let the government know that if anybody wants to swear with our God.
Yeah.
There is God of Israel, but he favors Israel.
Thank you.
Yes. So if you are praying and you are committing sin, he won't listen to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. I just have a brief comment. The first presenter, you are suggesting that you are basing your presentation on Weber's Protestant. Yes, but you are talking where you are, the one that you are rejecting. I heard you mentioning the Protestant. Yes. So and the Protestant ethics and the spirit of capitalism. I think the essential thesis of that book is how the rise of capitalism was as a result of religion. So it can, and that's where I'm really going. And that book cannot be a basis where we are going to discuss African cultural determinism. That book essentially is just to give, and that is why it is a seminar book, that it is giving people normally, when you are doing social and political philosophy, you really want to show how there's an alternative way of looking at the rise of capitalism. And rather than talking about innovation in technology and all the rest, what Weber has done in that book is to show that it is the attitude, it is the Calvinistic attitude of those people that actually led, and there are a lot of it, rationalization, cultural and historical context, and all the rest. So what I'm trying to suggest, there may be some other works of Weber where that you can base that discussion on. It will be strange to scholars if it is going to be based on the Protestant ethics.
So we can now move to the presenter. 1 minute to make your response. Starting with Michael Oni. 1 minute. Oh.
Prof, the Protestant ethics and the spirit of capitalism was the rise of capitalism in Europe. And in that same work, Weber alleges that Africa and Asia can never bear development because they lack that Calvinistic spirit, that our culture is static and we are lazy. In that same work. And that is from that statement that we see there was an attack, an affront on us. That we lack that rise, that spirit to rise, to develop capitalism. Others will only subdue us. We only serve others, the European development. So, sir, you said in your question that was there a time Africa was static? That is the literature of
Europe.
And that was what we were rejecting and responding to. That was what we were interrogating with the existential spirit. That to say that we are this is their own view. That man everywhere is always progressive and can always challenge the given anytime. They don't have monopoly over reality.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Atinuke Ajani.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments and suggestions. The first question actually echoes the basis of our study.
We're almost concluding.
So the first question echoes the basis of our study, which is the rising trend of skin lightening in pregnancy as well as children. And what we found was at young age, low education. So not just education alone, a younger age of mothers, as well as lighter complexioned mothers were more likely to lighten their skin. I hope that answers it. Then the next comment was a suggestion on the repercussions of skin lightening. We actually looked at it. I didn't present it. And we found out that some mothers experienced some repercussions, health problems, but they continue to lighten their skin because of perceived benefits, including improved relationships with their spouse. The third comment was on men, investigating men as well. Actually, we're conducting a study that evaluates skin lightening practices in men, but we focused on women because mothers actually are the custodian of health behaviors in the family. And when they model these behaviors, they influence their children who become parents in the future and who would adopt these practices. Thank you.
Can we take Okorafor? I think we have only 3 presentations here. Yeah, so Okorafor.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Okay. That I should not romanticize the past with the present. Well, if that is your stand, but to me, I think it's high time we now sit and look back and know where we have broken the past from the present, and now see how we can link them together. Whether we like it or not, we started from the past. So if we have moved maybe so fast or so irregularly that we are missing out something, then we should now stop and see how we are going to now marry the past with the present to be able to have a positive change. Then the other one about the last example I gave, I think Daddy has answered this. It's still, if we go back to our roots, I think certain things will be in good shape.
Thank you. We can now go online, starting with Professor Olademo. Your response, especially on
Thank
Antonio
you.
Orisha. Was she
Thank
married?
you. Yes, please. She was married. She was married to Olivia. Actually, she came to Nigeria with her husband, another great giant. Marriage didn't work out, and then she was married to the drummer, Shogbo. So she was married. And yes, she didn't have a biological child. Not everybody that came to request for children from Oshun had a child. It's not automatic. So that cannot be a parameter to say she was not a believer. In fact, she was more of a believer in Yoruba religion than most Yorubas. And evidences abound. Thank you.
Thank you. Ola Said Bello. Dr. Said Bello.
Sir.
The fourth wall and Ogun. Your response or concluding remarks?
Like I said, thank you so much. Like I said, for me, of course, for Barclays Fourth Cinema, the focus is on the how this fourth cinema celebrates and honor the past. But for me, it's also about how the ideas of the fourth stage and the fourth cinema actually mediate between the past and the present, between the sacred and the secular worlds, between the deep history and the recorded history of the Yoruba. And for me, at the fulcrum of this celebration and mediation is the cinema of self-sacrifice, of theologic essence, of self-reflection, and of critical traditions that questions and confronts unbecoming philosophical and cultural attitude of post-colonial agents or leaders who tailored morality to their own needs. And for me, I think we should start looking at how our literary work, our themes, do philosophy. And for me, Soyinka has actually done a very great work of actually doing Yoruba by actually engaging Yoruba philosophy, especially social epistemology, morality, and metaphysics through his theory, the fourth stage. And for me, I'm going to look at how the contemporary cinema pushes, or let me say contemporary film, push these ideas into the cinematic context in Africa. Thank you so
very
much.
much. Thanks.
Yeah.
Can we take Daniela? The tap dance?
Yes.
And Ogun?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm really, really grateful to have presented, and I'm so happy that there were some questions because I need help. And what I've been working on, I have mostly from firsthand resources that I can find. And I know tap dance, but I am really grateful there were some questions because I'm hoping that there are some people in either online or in the audience that would be willing to talk with me because I need some more insight in and ideas. So I'm really grateful to have anybody that would like to reach out to me. I'll share my contact information because I want more knowledge and I want some guidance, and I'd be really grateful to anybody that was willing to share with me. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Akimbode, Olufisayo. Akimbode.
Thank you, sir. I adopted that particular analysis based on the peculiarity of the text, being a text and historical text for that matter. That's why I use qualitative, but according to what the observant said, I've said. So I will look into it and do necessary adjust concerning that. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. Our friend from Mexico. Hello, are you there? Our friend from Mexico. The name is not on the program. Well, I think on that note, I want to thank everybody for your patience, for your earnest contribution. We must have gained one thing or the other, but what is constant is that Africa as a race is not inferior to anybody. It depends on how we treat ourselves. And we're not going to do ourselves any good by inferiorizing ourselves at any point in time. And that there's a lot we can do if we try. Thank you.
Let us give a round of applause to Professor Gia Adeoti. Sir, we want to thank you very much for doing more than the call of duty. And we sincerely appreciate. Dr. Aladi, we also want to thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Now this is becoming more interesting. When we started in the morning, you remember we were supposed to break out into 2 sessions so that we'll be able to. Now, what we have just completed is supposed to be just one breakout session. The other breakout sessions are supposed to be going on simultaneously. But when we were gathering at about almost 9:30, we were very few. And that's why we collapsed all the sections together. And I think, please, a little, can you guys give me just more minutes? I'm sure we all benefited from the avalanche of comments and questions and contributions that we are getting, even from the team that is here. If we could separate, say we are dividing the room, will be too small, and then there will the ideas might not be flowing as we want them to flow. So may I say that we should continue at this level, right? So we should take one more session. Then after that session, we'll go for tea. Is that clear? Can we take one session? And after that session, we'll go for our tea. Then I also want to crave your indulgence, please, that we attend to colleagues who are from other universities who are planning to leave today. Do you like to go by that suggestion? Okay, because I have colleagues from University of Maiduguri who would like to leave today, from University of Ilesha who would like to leave today, Akuba, Koko who would like to leave today. So we want to quickly allow them to make their presentations. Then when it then becomes we could be here till 8 p.m. Abi? Okay, so we want to thank God for those presentations that we have had. Now let's move on to the next set of presenters. And I will be checking both online and on site as to know who are here. Emmanuel Usoji and Abbas Sodiq. I don't know whether
yes, online.
Okay, Abbas Sodiq is online.
Yes, okay. Emmanuel Usoji is also online.
Great. So thank you very much. We note you to be present. So be prepared to make your presentation on this platform very shortly. Zoji is from Leeds City University, and Abbas Sodiq is for University of Regina in Canada. Gabriel Osemobo is here, but pending. Let's attend to our colleagues from outside. May Maraye Sa Ayokunle. Okay, Maraye Sa Ayokunle is here. Maraye Sa Ayokunle is here. So that will be number 1 to present, right? So Maraye Sa, please note it when I hand over to the chair of the session. Roland, hello. Ogun Deji Toyin and Ogidan
Oludare Roland will be another, but pending. Chief Alan has presented. I would have loved Professor Salami to help check, but he has a class by 12. No, Oga has a class. I already know. I'm just saying. Okay, then this session also we want to have Amid Olutoba Lawal, but also has to be pending, right? Then Odunlade Adimola, is Odunlade Adimola on the line? No. Okay. Victor Olufemi Adiremi is here, right? But pending to allow other. Then Tolulope Olajumoke. Okay, so that's number 2. Adeola Adijat, she's here, pending to give room for our colleagues from outside. And then Toko Muhammadu from Afrigis. Are you online? She is not online. Okay. So I think we can move on to start the presentation. Then the others will be in the shortly after. I thought, okay, shortly after our tea break, we complete the rest. Okay, let me find out whether Isewa Steve James, are you online from Nasarawa State, Federal University of Lafayette? Is not, okay. Aditayo Oludare Alade is here. Professor Berejo, are you online, sir? Oh, okay, Professor.
Yes, I'm online. Yes.
Okay, you are online, but then we also have, yes, the doctor is here also.
Dr. Afolabi will present.
Dr. Abulabi is here also. Thank you very much, sir. Oladoshu is not ready. Taye Adeshina from Lagos State University, are you online? Taye Adeshina from Lagos State University? No. Then Anjorin, Kende Anjorin. Then Abiola Olubumi Adumati. Great. So I think we should have all those from outside so that immediately after our tea coffee break, we can free them. Then Josephine Dufan Gandhi, right? So she will be presenting also. That's another from outside. I think then I don't know whether this man is here. I think we are done. Marcus, Omiwole.
You mentioned Babatunde from
Allen. I know one Babatunde whose office is upstairs. I don't know when he ported to University of Ibadan. Okay, then Omiwole, Professor Afolabi and co. You were supposed to present yesterday, really. So we also take them. So let me invite the head of department of dramatic arts to help to chair this session. I'll give you this. The head of the head of department of dramatic arts will share this session, and then so that our T's and so that our tea and coffee will not get cold, I want us to make this session very brief and very quick as possible. So Dr. Kogbe, where is Dr. Kogbe? And so come, Dr. Kogbe will be the rapporteur on this platform. Thank you, sir. So I'll just mention the numbers. So you go through the number. I'll just mention the numbers where the center. So no problem. Yeah. This page, I will show the numbers. So, sir, page 7, number 25. That's Emmanuel Izogi and Abbas Sodiq. Be number 1, yes, sir. The number 2 will be number 27. Number 27, Mera Yesa. Okay. Number 27, Mera Yesa. The next one, sir, number 34. That's on page 8, plus 34. Tolulope Olajumoke Ogundipe. That's number 24. Then, after that, sir, 24. 24.
24? 34. It's 34.
It's 34. 34. Then, number 45. Number 46.
45.
46.
4.
46.
46. 5.
Then it comes to the front. The last person, but not the least, for this session. The last person from, but not the least for this session. Omiwole. Let's start. I'll get that by and by.
All right.
So please, let's start. But he's here. It's Omiwole Gbenga.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to welcome every one of us to this round of plenary session. And I think we should just give 10 minutes to each presenter to do the presentation. After the presentation, then we can take interventions in form of questions and answer and all that. We should not waste much time. This is my rapporteur, Dr. Kogbe. Dr. Ade Kogbe. He used to be my former friend, but since he's my friend before. So the first presenter is Emmanuel Uzoji from Department of Performing Arts, Music and Film Studies, Lead City University, Ibadan. Are you online? Emmanuel.
Yes, sir.
Please, you have 10 minutes and your time starts now. He's presenting on culture. Okay, you can just make your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. All protocols duly observed. My name is Abbas Sodiq. I'll be presenting the paper titled Cultural Hybridity and Continuity in Yoruba Ritual Tradition, Study of Yemoja Ibadan Festival, Southwest Nigeria, authored by Dr. Uzoji Emmanuel. In Yoruba cosmology, Yemoja is an Irumole and an Orisha. Being an Irumole is part of the primordial divinities that comes from Ikole Orun to Ikole Aye, back then in Ibaiwase. Then Yemoja that happens to be an Orisha, it's part of the defied divinities that Yoruba says to be an Orisha that happens to spend their time just like we human, the present human being, back in those times too.
Yemoja as an Orisha is being seen as the mother of all Orisha, an Orisha of mother essence, of a nurturing spirit. Her being an Orisha happens based on an incident that happens between her and her husband, Okere, who happens to be the king of Shaki back then. The emergence of a rift, of an argument that happens between her, makes her transit to becoming an Orisha, whereby she turns out to be an Orisha of water, in which she transited to be a river in Shaki that flows down to Odogun, from Odogun down to Ibadan, where they call Odogunpa and Odokudeti. That is where Odogunpa and Kudeti means. Now, in which the veneration of this Orisha led Ibadan Festival. Yemoja Ibadan Festival has been celebrated as, it has been said to be as human existence. It has been celebrated in Ibadan for over 400 years, alongside with a statue called Ogunleki in representation of Yemoja herself. The festival is a 17 days annual celebration, which comes up yearly in August. This festival exemplifies the interplay between tradition and modernity in Yoruba culture, rooted in the veneration of Orisha Yemoja, the Orisha of river, fertility, and motherhood. The festival is both a spiritual observance and cultural event. It showcases the richness of Yoruba ritual performance and communal practices, serving as a vital expression of Yoruba identity and cosmology. Despite its enduring significance, the festival faces challenges from urbanization, globalization, and pressure of modernization. This dynamic has raised important questions about how traditional African festivals can adapt to contemporary influences while perceiving their spiritual and cultural essence. The Yemoja Ibadan Festival provides a compelling case study for exploring this balance. The aims and objectives is to explore how the Yemoja Ibadan Festival maintains cultural continuity while embracing modernization, to analyze the historical origin and evolution of this festival, to investigate the roles of ritual aesthetics and dramatic performances in sustain the theoretical frameworks to be used. This paper is cultural hybridity theory, the ritual aesthetic theory. This study is grounded in two interrelated theoretical frameworks, which provide analytical tools for understanding the evolution and significance of Yemoja Ibadan Festival. The cultural hybridity is a concept of omibadi, the thought space, which offer an insight into how this festival negotiates and integrates traditional Yoruba practice in modern influences. West African scholars like Toyin Falola and Babatunde Lawal extend their frameworks to African context, emphasizing the adaptability of Yoruba festival. They highlight how the festival incorporates global elements in such digital technology, international preserving the spiritual essence. The spiritual essence of Yemoja Festival, despite the integration of modern technologies, despite the integration of modernity, changed its cultural essence and identity. Despite the involvement of so many modern tools in terms of music, in terms of dance, the spiritual essence of Yemoja Ibadan Festival is still being preserved. An example of this is when the festival begins in Ibadan, which is being called Elashu Orisha, which is the introduction of New Yam to Orisha Yemoja herself. Back then, according to the direct descendants of Durotoye Oguntobero, which is the Bale Yemoja, the custodian of Yemoja, in the morning, the drummers, the iron drummers, do come to the shrine to invoke the spirit of Yemoja as early as possible in the morning, despite the fact that they now make use of drum, the modern drums and everything that has been in existence, they never still forget this right. No matter how they try to celebrate, how they try to party, the merriment, there is a particular significance of that Ilashu that takes place in the midnight, which is the carrying of Ise to Odo, whereby it is being directed based on the, whereby it is based on the directive of Orisha where they are to meet Yemoja herself. Despite the fact of this modernity, they never still deviate from that spiritual art. Also, Yemoja Ibadan Festival is actually, there are different roads of Yemoja, in which Yemoja Ibadan Festival belongs to the road of Yemoja called Iyake or Akute. This has our own significance, in which is more or less like the head of all roads that focus more on motherhood, that focus more on the nurturing spirit of all other Orisha. The invention of every, or despite the fact that Yemoja Ibadan Festival centralizes on veneration of, there is still an adaptation of veneration of different Orisha as well, alongside, while celebrating this festival, in which each day of this festival is being dedicated to each Orisha, be it Shango, Eshu, Obatala, and so on, like that. Research methodology, the quality research. Qualitative research incorporating the ethnographical and historical method is being used for this research, whereby field observation of Yemoja Ibadan Festival, interview with stakeholders, and analysis of materials, histories, and scholarly tests. The integration, okay, performance like, okay, then.
You have 2 more minutes.
Conclusion, the Yemoja Ibadan Festival exemplify the balance between tradition and modernity, ensuring cultural resilience and adaptation. The ritual aesthetics and cultural ability are keys to sustaining Yoruba spiritual practice in globalized world. Thank you very much.
Are you done? Thank you. A round of applause for him. He spoke on cultural hybridity and continuity in Yoruba ritual tradition, the study of the Yoruba Ibadan Festival in Yemoja Ibadan Festival in Southwest Nigeria. Thank you. The second person will be talking about preservation of African culture with folkloric background in Nollywood films on global streaming platforms. That is, sorry, I don't know if I can pronounce this word. Merayesa.
And there is a problem with how
the printing is not bold. And Tairu Abiodun Olukayode, you can start. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I am here to present a co-authored. Thank you. I am here to present a co-authored paper titled Preservation of African Culture with Folkloric Background in Nollywood Films on Global Streaming Platform. Our world is shaped by stories, and the heart of storytelling is as old and ancient as man himself. In ancient time, these stories are peddled by elders at night as moonlight tales. But as humanity evolves, so does his art. of storytelling. Orature becomes literature, and in recent time, literature are becoming films. Now, orature, beyond entertainment, embodies the culture, the history, the heritage of the people. And it is pertinent to note that right from inception, film in Africa has been a colonial tool to entrench the inferiority of Africans, portray African as a savage land in need of a white savior. Now, even after independence, Nollywood film producers have done little to change this narrative. In fact, some of their films entrench this colonial propaganda, portraying the ritualistic side of African culture. But then, in recent time, there has been a disruption in distribution of film. In this present age, we now have global streaming platform. So the notion of trying to recycle Hollywood stories, trying to portray ritualistic film is fast fading out. There is need to present unique stories, peculiar stories that are African. And because of this need and the call for decolonization of African cinema, Nollywood film producers are now refocusing their lens, leaving the contemporary time and focusing on the pre-colonial time in an attempt to reconstruct African identity, African perspective, African worldview before their cultural contact with the whites. However interesting this might sound, this study believes there is a need for close evaluation of this folkloric film. And we need to answer the question of, are these projections constructive? Are they reconstructive? Or are they destructive? And that is why the aim of this study is to look at the folklore deployed in the selected film, which is Election 2022 and Jagun Jagun 2023. We want to look at the folklores that are deployed in this film, and we want to check the functionality from the filmic, political, and cultural viewpoint. Now, the research adopted a qualitative approach in order to achieve the objective of the research. Two qualitative methods are used, which is textual analysis and personal observation method. The population consists of hundreds of folkloric films that has been produced, but to delimit the scope of the study, we chose Election 2022 and Jagun Jagun 2023. It was a purposive sampling, and they are available on global streaming platform, Netflix and Prime Video. Also, the research applied Franz Fanon decolonial theory, and Fanon potents that the first step of the colonized people in having a divine identity and a voice is for them to reclaim their own past. Okay, I move on to the analysis. The film explores African tradition. When we are talking about folklore, we are talking about modern folk tales, because at the mention of folklore, most people assume you're only talking about folktale, but folklore embodies the tale of the people, the legend, the myth, proverb, their architectural designs, their clothes, their food, their language, everything that, involve or revolve around the people. And these are some of our findings. That both films exploit the Yoruba cosmological belief. The other time, one of the presenters talked about the greater God and the intermediary, and someone said there is everybody has their own supreme God. Looking at both film, you will see that the cosmological belief of Africans that there is indeed a supreme God in our religious worldview, and there are intermediaries, which are the Alales
which are the ancestors. We have intermediaries like Ogun, Shongo, Yemoja, Aje, Agemo. And most of these intermediaries were greatly exploited in the film. In fact, as an African from a Christian background, I experienced the performance and worshiping of some of these goddesses for the first time through these films. Now, the functionality and peculiarities of these gods and practices were exploited greatly. Also, folk customs like marriage, virginity, African Yoruba, to be precise, Yoruba marriages, the use of alarin or intermediary, that you don't walk up to a lady and woo her. In the Yoruba culture, you have to use the alarino, bridal, bridal cleanliness, that you have to maintain your virginity. All these were exploited. Custom as regard marriage, paying of dowry, the fact that Africans, we are polygamous, and men, it is allowed, unlike the present time where we want to be monogamous. Africans, polygamy is part of our culture. The burial rights, all these were greatly exploited and enacted in the film. But the question now is, looking at all this, one might quickly assume that these people are really reconstructing our past, our culture, our heritage. But when you do a close reading of some of these culture portrayed, for instance, in Jagun Jagun, we see an Ijebu deity called Agemo. The first error the film producer did was to portray Agemo as a female, using a female cast to portray Agemo. Now, Agemo, because I am an Ijebu, I could quickly cite the error there. Agemo is a deity that is not summoned for war, the way it was portrayed in that film, Jagun Jagun. It is not a destructive deity that is summoned for war. Agemo is an Ijebu deity that we worship for prosperity and protection of Ijebu land. And females are not even allowed to see this deity. But in this film, that deity was portrayed by a female cast. Also, you see them portraying Africans with bad dentition. Then you now ask that, do we not have oral hygiene before colonization? But I know in Yoruba that we have an appellation called Eyifunjowo, which means Africans, we have been hygienic even before colonization. Now, this study recommends that when we are deploring folkloric elements, deploring it in a way that won't distort the culture and the custom of the people is very, very important. These folkloric films are portrayed on global streaming platform. Some foreigners are coming in contact with our culture for the first time. Now, when we present distortion, they take it as fact. Also, film are cultural artifacts. In the next 200 years, these films will be authority that people can refer to. When we are portraying distortion and unclaimed facts as if they are facts, and we say we are reclaiming our past, that means we destroying and not reconstructing that past. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Tolulope Olajumoke Ogundipe from Department of Performing Arts at Adekunle Ajasin University. She will be presenting on interrogating the symbolic and cultural meanings of the dances in the performance of Biola Adumati's Queen Oransia. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my amiable audience. This study, thank you for introducing the topic. This study wants to examine Biola Adumati's Queen Oransia. a traditional dance theater performance staged for the induction ceremony of the Department of Performing Arts at Dekunle Ajasin University, Akungba Akoko, Nigeria, on the 10th of May, 2023. This study also interrogated the symbolic and cultural meaning of the dances in the performance, adopting the theory of dance semiotic theory by Susan Leigh Foster. This paper further examined the symbolic and cultural meaning of the costumes, props, and all the theatrical elements applied to the dance theater performances. As well, the paper reveals that traditional dance theater as an element of cultural performance can reflect and reinforce social values, instill historical consciousness, and promote economic opportunities in Nigeria. Introduction. As we all know, dance is as old as man itself. From the birth of a child, and as the child grows into various stages of life, man has been dancing. Mostly in this case, it is without rhythm or being unconscious of the state of various movements we have in life. The fact remains that man has been moving and as well dancing into various situations they find themselves in life with different kind of maturity into the reality of life, thereby importing it into the world of theater, which informs Plato to declare that theater is a house of truth. Theater which carries along dance with itself stage, whether be it conventional or unconventional stage. For example, we have open air stage, we have market square, we have King's Courtyard, we have stadium, including the likes of many more. Dance holds relevance in the socio-cultural and economic state of any African nation or kingdom. Let's go to the socio-cultural relevance of dance. Socio-cultural relevance of dance mostly on Nigerian stage is the study of the social and cultural function of dance forms. Let's go to the economic relevance of dance. Economic relevance of dance on Nigerian stage, either conventional or unconventional, is the study of the state of mind of any nation or kingdom, either financially or politically, and many more. Now let's go to the study of Abiola Adumati libretto, Queen Oroshe. This libretto reveals the state of mind of the people of Owo Kingdom in Ondo State. In the annual celebration of Queen Oroshe, a very long time ago, deified queen of 14th century ago, who was sent away by the met at home senior wives of a particular great hunter we have in Owo. This hunter, in the course of his hunting expenditure, far away in the deep forest, met a particular half-human, half-man personality, which is Oroshe. Oroshe was attracted by the bravery of this hunter, and she decided to follow the hunter back to Owo, where she met two senior wives already. Oloho showered Oroshe so much love and care, that it led to jealousy from the two Metatom senior wives. This care was so much that this beautiful Oroshe, after turning to full woman, now very beautiful, decided to shower this great hunter in return with so many things. This Oroshe, when she defecates, beads, beautiful beads, expensive beads. That is what she's a goddess. She's not human. So when she defecates beautiful beads. They call it inu. Yes. Thank you so much. They call it coral bead. That is what she defecates. And this made Olowo to become so wealthy among the kings of all the Yoruba race, because they sell it to the Benin Kingdom. They sell it to all parts of the kingdom of the kings in the Yoruba race and those that are interested outside Yoruba race. But this love is so much that it led to jealousy in the part of the two Metatom senior wives. So one day in the hunting expedition of Olowo, he went on a hunting expedition, and before he returned, the two senior wives, they decided to break the taboo of Onoshe. What are the taboo? There are three. You must not grind okra in the presence of Onoshe. You must not throw a binded stick in front of Onoshe. You must not splash water in front of Onoshe. These three taboo, these two Metatum wives pin Onoshe down and perform these three taboo with the help of their mates. And this led to anger and furiousness in the side of Onoshe, and she left angrily. She departed the palace and she left back into the forest. By the time Olowo returns, Olowo met the old house in disarray. What is happening? Where is my beautiful and favorite Onoshe? Where is she? We can't find her. She left. Left for where? They said she had left. And Olowo set a search party to go and find Onoshe wherever she is and must bring her back into the palace because that is the source of his wealth. They searched and searched and searched for so many days and so many nights. They ended up meeting her, but she said, no, we can never return back to Olowo. The taboo had been broken. But because of the love she had for the kingdom of our kingdom, what she would do is that annually they should begin to they should raise a festival for her annually. That if this festival is done, then she will come in Renaissance and she will bless our land. Bless our land in so many ways that it will be the envy of so many sounds in Yoruba race. And since then, 14th century ago, our kingdom has been celebrating Queen Oronse annually. And this led to so many dances that we have in our kingdom. Let's go straight to the semiotic, the dance semiotic theory that I want to use by Susan Leigh Foster. Dance semiotic theory is a theory that approaches dance as a form of signification or communication. Dance is likened to language by Foster. He opines that dance has its own set of signs and symbols that convey meaning. With this theory, analysis of how dance movements function as a cultural and symbolic expression of identity, values, and spiritual beliefs of our kingdom is essential to this work. Straight to recommendation and conclusion because of our time. From our findings, it can be concluded that choreographers and professional dancers delve more into the history of various cultures that we have in Nigeria. We therefore recommend that 1, theater scholars, most especially in the area of dance, should take more time into the research of the dances we have in various cultures before writing a libretto. 2, participation in Nigeria's indigenous dances by professionals will bring proper documentation of the history and dances of various traditions we have across Nigeria and beyond. Then also, I want to leave this audience, this amiable audience, with the slogan which the researcher coined by saying, a dancing stage provides a healthy audience. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the beautiful performance. Yeah, number 4. The next person is Abiola Olubome Adumati from the Department of Performing Arts, Adekunle Ajashin University. She will be presenting on cultural signs and symbols as Yoruba aesthetics in the selected place of Femi Oshofisan.
I'm so sorry, sir. I thought I'll be having an in-swing. Let me quickly. Or somebody else should please one thing.
Okay, all right, let's go to the next one, which will be presented by Josephine Dolphin Gandhi from Center for Study and Promotion of Cultural Sustainability, University of Maiduguri, Nigeria. She will be presenting with, okay. She'll be talking on continuity and change, shifting dynamics in the, okay, Suetele, okay. Say Suetele or Tuetele? Tuetele dance, I know about it, of the chief in central Nigeria. You have 10 minutes. The time starts now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We all agree that a lot of our papers here. Okay, okay. So most of our papers here have been talking about cultural preservation, cultural transformation, cultural sustainability, and all of that. So I won't bore us with introduction and all, but I'd like to say that culture, as it is always changing, and any society that resists that change, risks extinction. So that being said, various aspects of our cultures change every now and then, and so does our dances. So, and as can be seen in the dance that I will be speaking about today. So the Tuetere dance of the Tiv people is a dance that emerged as a ritual dance, an occultic ritual dance. So it's a dance that started when a hunter went hunting, and then he came across this breed of cats. We have various amounts of the cat family: the lion, the jaguar, the leopard. All of them are of the cat family. So when he came across this animal, it was so beautiful, and then he loved the enactment of the animal that it took him about 2 weeks to be able to capture it. Eventually, he got home, and it is said that he gave a portion to his brother who lived just nearby. In Tivland, we believe in sharing whatever you have with your neighbor or your brother. So he did that, and the brother it alleged also that the brother's son was ill at the time, and after eating the cat's meat, he was immediately healed of his ailment. So eventually, the village came together and said that anyone who was able to capture an animal of the cat family would come and join the cult. So what they did was, it was shared, based on hierarchy. So if you killed it, you will come and demonstrate, you demonstrate to the group how what it took you to get the cat, and what the cat was performing while you were trying to capture it. So that was how the cat dance came about. But then it was restricted to only members, and it was done at night at a location only known to members. So another hunter, hunters are known in Africa to people who have eyes here and eyes there. So this hunter also went hunting one night, and then he happened on this performance in the bush, and he was intrigued. So he recorded it in his head, and then when he got home, he kept on, imitating the dances to his wife, and the wife was like, "What is this dance that you're performing?" He said, "Oh, you will not tell her about it." Eventually, this was about 1957. So in 1985, at a festival in Katsina Ladia in Benue State, during one of these times that there's nothing happening on stage, someone just jumped onto the stage and performed the dance. And then the arts council then were also at the festival. So when they got back to base, they decided to create the dance steps out of this dance movement, and that is how we now have the Tuetere dance of the Tiv people. But then, even with the fact that the dance had moved from a sacred activity to a secular activity, it was done only by the male folk, although they did not have to kill any cats at this time, but only males could perform it. So I remember in 2014, when I was working on my master's, during my master's research, I was lucky, privileged to interview one of the last living member of the cult. And then he told me that even though the dance is now a social dance, female are not interested, like they are afraid, because there are a lot of myths around the dance. So people think, oh, I have to be initiated first before I can, and people don't want to leave their god to go and do that other god. So he said he has approached female dancers to come learn. But then I said, okay, you should keep approaching them. One day something will happen, because I'd love to see a female perform the dance. So eventually, in 2018, I saw the first female performance of the dance. I was really intrigued as a researcher and as a dance, So now, our argument here is that female are now performing the dance. I was able to interview a troupe owner who has over 5 female dancers performing the dance. And he said to me that the reason why he decided to train female dancers for this dance is because, one, of the cat family, there's always a male and a female. So if you have only males performing the dance, what happens to the female cat? Who will now perform that one? And it will interest to know that the female dancers of this dance are now more appreciated than even the male. Everyone wants the female to perform the dance for them. And as opposed to what we used to have in the past, where only it was a solo dance, now we have multiple female performing the dance. You have 2 sometimes, you have, 3 sometimes, and it's usually a spectacle. So in essence, we are saying that culture has evolved. It has transformed, and it is being sustained by allowing, the participation of both male and female. And since the dance is no longer in the sacred nature, but now a social activity, we recommend that, one, the dance should be taught to the younger generations, for sustainability's sake, and also for other performances of this kind, not only dance, every other thing that we used to do in the past that I allowed only a certain gender to perform. If there are no repercussions, like in the case of this dance, every other person can be allowed to practice so that it can be continued for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you for helping us to save the time. All right, thank you. Now we can have the presentation of Abiola Adumati. Yeah, you can start now.
Thank you, sir. I remain Tolulope Ogundipe from Adekunle Ajasin University, Okunba Akoko, but I will be presenting for Abiola Olubomi Adumati, Department of Performing Arts, Adekunle Ajasin Akungba Akoko, and I'll be speaking on a topic which says cultural song and symbols as Yoruba aesthetics in the selected plays of Femi or Sofisan. Strictly to the introduction, the study examines cultural signs and symbols such as myth, legends, ritual, proverbs, idioms, songs, chants, ancestral images, marks, figure, and other traditional symbols as core aspects of Yoruba aesthetics as reflected in selected plays of Femi or Sofisan. The selected plays for this study are Women of Owu, Segoni, An African Antigone, and Medaye. Let's look at the purpose of the study. To showcase how Femi or Sofisan express cultural elements and Yoruba aesthetics to enrich its dramatic narratives and create authenticity. Let's look at the theoretical framework quickly. Cultural semiotics theory propounded by Jan Luckman. Let's keep that. Let's look at the definition of the theory of cultural semiotics. It analyzes and examines how signs, symbols, and languages are used to create meaning with an interpreted within a culture. It operates in the principle that culture itself is a system of signs within every culture element which carries specific meanings understood within a culture context. Hence, cultural semantic theory is instrumental in intercultural drama and studies, and it analyzes signs from one culture which is interpreted or adapted into one another. Let's look at definition of culture, signs and symbol, which expresses deep meaning, communicates shared values, and evokes spiritual and emotional responses in dramatic text. What is cultural sign? Cultural signs are gestures, movements, signals, or masks that are known and accepted generally by people of the same cultural background and community in communicative signs. These signs carry deep philosophical meaning, which type people believe in religion. Let's go straight to the elements of cultural signs, symbols, and Yoruba aesthetic in selected play of Femi or Sofisan. Women of Owu, cultural signs and symbols are reflected in Femi or Sofisan's Women of Owu, where Anikugba mentioned that he has instructed the people to call on him whenever they encounter problem and for them to undo. Let's go straight to, this is not my write-up, so I won't, okay, thank you. Thank you. So let me go straight to the observation. The study reveals that cultural signs and symbols Inbuilt in Osafiso's plays are used to convey deep Yoruba meaning and critique socio-political and cultural identity. Conclusion straight away. The paper concludes that cultural signs and symbols with which elements of Yoruba aesthetic do not only embellish Osafiso's plays, but also display the aesthetic stature. Recommendation. The study recommends to Nigerian dramatists that they should explore cultural signs and symbols while writing the plays, as they can be used to embellish their work aesthetically and for cultural orientation and preservation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. It was a beautiful attempt at dual role playing. All right, we have one person that is, who is that person? Please, you can come, please. Sorry, you will need to introduce yourself and the paper because I don't have the information here. Okay, okay. Thank you. Number four, that's Olugbenga. Okay, sorry, Olugbenga Samuel Afolabi from the Department of Political Science, OAU, and is presenting with Taufik Olanrewaju Azan from Ife History Project. They will be presenting on African cultural renaissance and rediscovery of self in a changing world. You can present.
Thank
the
you,
time
sir.
starts now.
I'm Umiwole Joseph from University of Ilesha, Osun State. And we are presenting on Africa cultural renaissance and rediscovery of self in changing world. So many things have been said about Africa, about our culture, that will not make me to go back to all those concepts because of our time. But one thing is certain, and that thing that is certain was that we have lost it long ago. Especially immediately we had contact with the colonial warlord. That was when we lost that origin. So many people had argued at this platform that even before we met those people, even there are some, what do we call it? Scholastic assertion that those, the first European, the Portuguese, that first had contact with Africa, compare what they met in Africa, people like Afasara, they compare what they met in Africa as something that can compete favorably with what was in vogue in the Northern Hemisphere as at that time. But immediately they met us, as we know that culture is dynamic. Normally, I think we met at a neutral ground. I think what we are saying now, we wouldn't have been saying it. But as at the time we met, they tried and changed almost everything about us. Almost everything about us. And they kill our culture, attack our culture seriously, as reflected in some of the African books like the Chinua Achebe, Things Fall Apart, No Longer Artists, and other books like that. And for any culture to thrive, more especially with the current trend in the international system, then you have to remove yourself from the shackle, from the bondage, from the shadow, more especially Africa, of what we have been experiencing since 17 centuries ago. And how are we going to do that? The only thing we can do is to retrace back our step, as most people have been saying here. And the best way for us to be able to blend with what is in vogue now, the changing world, is retracing our step. And retracing that step is what is giving Africa problem now. Currently, I think we agree with me that Africa now, we don't even have our culture. We don't. The one we had before, we have left it. The one they gave to us, we don't even understand it. So we are in the middle. We are still trying to, should we go back? Should we follow them. I think the best thing is for us to retrace and let us look at where we lost it and try to agree. I try to identify some of the beautiful African culture that were left unattended, like the community and family. Look at the respect for elders as we used to have it, the oral traditions, storytellings, proverb, myth, and others. Music and dance, art and craftsmanship. I look at spirituality and ancestry. All these are part and parcel of what make African great, even before those people form. But immediately we have the influence of colonization, westernization, and globalization. Everything went down at the drain. And that is why here we are talking about reassessing ourselves to be able to. So people have taken steps. So many people, they have taken steps to make sure that at least either as a group or as an individual to retrace that step so that we can be ourselves again and be able to compete favorably with those people in the Western hemisphere. For example, so many cultural renaissance have gained momentum, especially the one we did in First Act 77 in Nigeria. Then the charters, so many charters have been by OAU and others. We have had them. Then, not only that, in visual arts, we have our art people that have been trying to paint a picture of African wars so that we'll be able to blend the past with the current one for us to be able to have identity. Any culture that have lost its identity, then that culture is no more a culture. So with our visual art, with our literature, with our music, with our movie, I think if we try as much as possible to promote this in an African way, not in a distorted way. If we fail to present all these things in African way, we are still presenting it like somebody that just presented recently. If we continue presenting it in a distorted way, then those people up there will be taking it the way we are presenting it. At the end of the day, we are still going nowhere. We still remain where we are. And from there, now, what are now the challenges? The challenges is this of African culture renaissance. Are we really ready to really change the narrative? That is one thing. From this room now, I'm very much sure by the time majority of us get out there, that is when we'll be attacking that. Me, I can't leave my God. I can't leave God alone. Who is this Olodumare? Where are this God? Meanwhile, remember that we had those gods that we call upon, answer us before they brought another one, impose it on us. So the submission of this paper is that if we had agreed that we have gotten it wrong and we want to write it, if we want to write it, we don't need to write it in distorting way. If we are ready to present ourselves as an African man, then we should be ready to take it like that. But if we are not ready, then it is left to us that we want to remain like this, then they will continue subjecting our culture the way they have been doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we have had 6 beautiful presentations, and it's time for our interventions. So if you have any question, any contribution, or whatever, please. I don't want one person to say, I want to talk on 3, 4, 5 issues. Let's just pick 1, 2, so that we can move fast. I will start with my Oga, Professor Adeoti, and Professor and Prof. Then number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Those online.
Yes, I'd like
8,
to ask questions.
9, 10, 11, 12. Please, let's make it very brief from number 1, please. 1 minute per person. 1 minute per person. Brother Duty.
Prof. Okay, this is Mike. I wanted to use this mic to.
You can use this one.
Well, I want to commend all the presenters for brilliant presentation. Just 2 comments. You see, part of the efforts that we need to make in scholarship is also to try to decolonize our discipline. And to my sister who presented on Oroche, yes, you're exploring semiotic theory, but I know that dance scholarship is one of the thriving areas in scholarship in Nigeria. Why not look at, African scholars who have also theorized on that area rather than relying on, a colonial theories. Yes, it is good. We need to know about Weber, about Marx and all that. But over 50 years of scholarship, what have African scholars been contributing to knowledge? If we don't explore them, others will not do that. And it's not only for you, but for other presenters. Let's look within our scholarship and how we can make argument within them while we are still abreast of what happens in other parts of the world. The other point is about the usage of the word. I was hearing something like exploit. Yeah, you mean explore, but
5
I was hearing
seconds more.
exploit. Okay, so we need to get that idea. Even I had something like expenditure instead of expedition. So details like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Number 2.
Well, apology for coming late. So that's not part of my 1 minute.
It's part of 1 minute.
It's not part of my 1 minute. Well, I'm just trying to react to the last speaker, what I met. And I think the major problem of those of us in academics is what he had just said, the last one. I asked one of my students to go and do a research work at Ududua Shrine. She said, Jesus forbid. And I told her, what does Jesus need to forbid in this one? And it's painful today that even when you see some of our senior colleagues, when they become professors now, the next thing is to go and open a church. And that church is affecting our thinking in getting to the root of our culture. You see, our culture is our culture. It doesn't, there's a difference between religion and culture. I mean, people don't really understand that now. When you're talking something, it's not like what Mrs. BC Onyadike said yesterday. When they are trying to gather this oriki, and one of the parents said, no, because it will contain a juju or something. What is juju in that? If we want to change, if really we want our culture, we have to imbibe that. And that's what I said somewhere yesterday. If you want people to know or share your idea or your culture, you have to prove that this is your culture. And that's what I think I said yesterday. Anywhere I am, either in Europe or in America, in winter,
You
something,
have 2 seconds.
I dress in my own cultural way, this way. So what is it? It doesn't remove me from my God. I always tell people that I'm a pastor in my church, but they don't believe because I put on Abiti Aja.
Thank you,
so
sir.
Please, let's see that our culture is our culture. It's the way of our life. Our fathers, they were doing things better than what we were doing. But because they came, they know that our fathers, they had that knowledge. They were smelting iron, they were making beads, they were making glass, they were making roads. But because they want to bring it in England cutlass, they stop it. And say it is juju, it is devil.
Thank you.
I don't know where devil is. So.
Thank you. Number 3.
Thank you. My name is Babatunde Bakari. Well, I love my Yoruba culture. I love my Ekiti culture. This is to the last speaker. Professor Bakari Ojorazak said yesterday that we get emotional. We we are not all Malays. We get attached to our culture, but let us be careful. Hybridity must take place. They must penetrate your culture. This is my Yoruba culture. Don't come near to it. It's a lie. Why are we going into space? Why are we going into the space? Why do we want to discover something new? I can sit down here with my laptop connected to the internet and go to Australia and see the street in Australia. So I'm just saying that when we say we are finished, we are done for, let us be careful. It is not 100% bad. And we cannot shield our culture.
3 more seconds.
To happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Sorry, I'm Dr. Fumi Afolabi from IFES. I just want to comment on what I'm Dr. Fumi Afolabi from IFES. I just want to comment on the last speaker about we don't have culture. In fact, I stand to disagree with that we don't have culture. No, we have culture. We have people wearing cultural. I mean, it's not about religion alone. It's about religion alone. Our dressing, our language, everything is there. So we still have culture. We have culture. And of course, that we must do it the way they want. I mean, culture evolves. I mean, things change. It's dynamic. So there's nothing wrong in, adopting something that are okay. I mean, for me, I think it's, Thank you.
All right. May not be able. Thank you. Number 5.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is to my sister who presented on film. Nice one you had there. But I'd like to say that we have to be careful with some of when you say people are misrepresenting Africa, sometimes it is not the case. For instance, when I first got to Maiduguri, I had a culture shock. I saw very beautiful ladies with colored feet, and I thought maybe they were dirty. But upon inquiry, I got to realize that it is the water in Maiduguri that causes that for them. They don't want to have, they are very neat, it's hygienic, but the water has done that to their teeth. And then there's also a culture.
Where's our camera?
There's also a culture in the north also that allows for painting of the teeth. It's something that women do before they get into marriage or something. So maybe it's something that happens in Yoruba land. Maybe you are not aware. I'm saying it's possible. I'm not saying you are wrong, but maybe you should dig deeper to know if it's actually a wrong thing they did or something that you are not aware. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, when you are talking, face our camera. We know you people are beautiful, so we want the camera to capture your beauty. Thank you.
Yes, quickly an addendum to what number 3 and number 4 speakers said. We do have a culture, sir. We should correct that. If you listen to the keynote speaker yesterday, he talked about hybridity. What happens presently is convergence of cultures to forming an emergent culture, okay? We still have a culture. It's a dynamic thing, and it keeps evolving. Thank you.
Thank you. Number, is it 7?
Thank you. I'm Aditayo Alade, Philosophy Department, OAU. My question can be addressed by any of the people who have presented on performing arts, but maybe I should direct it to Dr. Mara Esa, because I share a lot of your sentiments about how Nollywood has been helping to portray African culture and all of that. My worry is that I've noticed each presenter picks a particular element of culture and tries to project it. Each person the other one picks the other one, and that way. And I'm looking at this thing as a project. If it is a project, there has to be some coordination. If we keep picking elements in a way that seems to me to be arbitrary, we are not going to reach anywhere. And I'm thinking,
please, can
possible?
you round down?
Yeah.
Can you conclude?
Yes. So is it possible that we can identify certain things that are cultural essentials that we then pick, and so when we are trying to project some elements, they will be in line with those essentials, or is it just that we are constrained to continue in this manner?
Thank you. I think we have two persons online. We have Tairu Abiodun. If you are still there, you can just have your intervention, please. Tairu Abiodun, are you there? Huh? Okay, second person is Daniela. Can we have your intervention, please?
Yes, please. I have two questions. Actually, one goes to Professor Ogun Dipe, and it is there a place or a way for us to find? I would love to see the performance that you shared. So if there's any way we can do that, that would be great. The second one goes to Ms. Josephine Dauphin Gande. I'm sorry, I probably pronounced that really wrong. Is there, do you have any thoughts about how the dance went from being sacred to secular? Thank you.
Thank you. And number 10, Abby. Who else?
Well, I don't know my number. I have the mic already. I don't.
I think
someone passed the mic to me. I don't even know my number. So, can I talk or I hand over the mic to the next person?
Who is the next person? Who is the next person? Please, let's follow the.
What number is mine? What is my number?
Number 12. Tyra Abiodun is online now.
Yeah, Okay, let's have Tairu Abiodun online. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
1 minute,
Yeah,
please.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to congratulate and thank all the presenters. And I would like to speak on this aspect or share this aspect with us that that can actually give us a more clarification on how God that we serve became evolved or emerged using cosmological hierarchy. Let me start from the last one on the hierarchy, which is man. Man has been identified as something that can be celebrated or that can become a god over us. The next in the hierarchy is the last one is animal. Then after animal is man. Then after man is our ancestors. After the ancestors, the gods and the goddesses. And the last one, which is the fifth one, and which of course is at the topmost, is Supreme God or Supreme Being. I hear some professors talk there about Supreme Being, who is our Supreme Being and this and that. But what I'm saying is that I want to let us know that animals can be celebrated or can become a god. Don't forget that in Indonesia, in India, and even in Igbo land, bull is celebrated. That is a head of bull. That is cow. So if a cow can be celebrated, becomes a god over some people, then
Thank you. We need to cut you short. Thank you so much.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
I have just one first on Dauphin, on Tulsi dance. I think you're actually out of the historical context of that dance. That dance is actually an imitative dance. It is not. It doesn't have anything to do with mysterious kind of a thing, because the history of it is that you have types of dances. You have imitative dance, animal dance, which the chief could do it, but it becomes part of the chief dance and cultural performance of tea. You can locate it within. In the beginning, it was simply the male that were dressing it. But going back to a mysterious aspect of it, I think I have no more, because cat itself is not a bush animal, it's a domestic animal. You know very well. It lives within the I'm coming. So now the next one is for the man who talks about the African culture. Is we don't have a culture. In fact, that was the position by Ruth Finnegan. In the first time, he met the second thesis of Ruth Finnegan actually said he has met a beautiful culture in Africa. That was what he said. He has two issues. The first one was to negate the African culture. The second issue, he has to beatify African culture. And I think what we should know is that, like I summarized to say, for a culture to develop, there should be add and drop. There should be add and drop.
Thank you.
For a culture to develop.
Thank you so much. Next person.
My question will actually go to the young lady that presented on Nollywood on misrepresentation of Agema. I'm so fascinated about that one of the films you mentioned. That is Jagun Jagun, because Jagun Jagun and Nikulako, they are two films that when you are saying projection of African culture, you rate them very high. Of all the cultural elements in that film, I don't know why you pick only Agema. Is it because you are from Ijebu? And the filmmaker, well, let me learn. And the filmmaker may not be actually interpreting the Jebu Agema. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Number 12.
There are so many cultural elements.
Mr. Chairman, at last, I was just going to caution us on generalization. All of us, all of you who presented, you were just so fantastic. And I fell in love with your paper, the lady from Tiffy and the Oroche. But quickly, the first presenter who spoke on Yemoja is an online person. You were too general. And talking about the perspective of you're saying Yemoja is the mother of all feminine Orisha. I ask, from which school of thought are you coming from? Are you picking up from a corpus of Ifa or from where? So I think you need to review that, and you may need to educate us on your own thought of school and submission. And the other aspect was just a general pronunciation of expression. Professor Adeoti, my learned scholar here, said it all. I was just battled to understand the lady who spoke on cultural ability. I think you and the Russian lady, I was hearing exploit, and I was asking myself, was it explored or explore? And I was hearing expenditure, and I was asking myself, is it expedition?
Thank you.
So I think we should be more careful with our pronunciation for knowledge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person, who is that's the last person here, I guess. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point attention of the colleague that presented on Nollywood contribution to African culture and so on. The issue of Agemo that my colleague raised the other time, perchance the producer or the scriptwriter was not actually particular about Ijebu Agemo. We need to understand that in Yoruba land, we have wide range of human relations with spirit. We have collective deities. Then some people have personal deities. So you should be able to distinguish, So on that note, I don't think we should fault them. We can only fault the scriptwriter or the producer on the selection of the choice of the name for that deity. So on that note, we can fault
Thank you.
scriptwriter.
Thank you so much. We have one person online to ask a question, and that will be all. Yeah. What's the name of that person? Dr. Adebowale, you can ask your question or you can make your comment. 1 minute.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I actually wanted to speak on, about because I came in late for the first session, I think when it was coming to an end, about Susan Wenger, and then I started with the second set of people who spoke. Now, actually, I wouldn't say much because there will not be time to talk about the metaphysics of, everything people have talked about. But let me just point out those who were correcting the pronunciation of others there. You have to understand, and this is the only thing I will say, you have to understand that English is our second language. And when I say our, I'm talking about Nigerians. And this is part of this sort of post-colonial debate about how do we speak the language of colonizers? How do we see
You have
ourselves?
7 seconds.
I don't really think we should, this sort of forum, we should be correcting each other, as academics. That's my point anyway. I think I do understand when people say probably exploit instead of explore. I get it. So I don't think
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It has been a wonderful time. I think the conversations should continue after this session so that when we meet at the tea break or whatever, we keep engaging ourselves on issues. And we will put up a platform where we can put our email so that we can continue to interact based on our discussion. Thank you, everybody. God bless you.
Shall we appreciate our head of department? Let's appreciate Dr. Kogbe musically. Yesterday he taught us one music. So clap for him in a way that he will dance.
Okay, colleagues, please. Obviously, hello, colleagues, please. Can we have one house? Please, can we have one house? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, I sincerely would wish that I sincerely would wish that we continue. In fact, what I was trying to work on was to see whether we can make our tea coffee a working break so that we just bring it in and we are going on. But because we have set it up in the other room, it will take a little while moving from one room to the other. So I want us to, we are not many. Hello, please, just 1 minute. It won't take time. I would like to suggest that we take tea coffee in 10 minutes. That is, take your tea, take your snacks. You can return here almost immediately. We have quite a number of our colleagues who are seated, whose paper we want to listen to, and a few also who are online, whose paper they are eager to present. I'm sure you know that this is becoming a real exciting academic engagement. Many of our colleagues from outside are super excited from the messages they were sending to me by the comments that we were making, contribution we were making to their papers. And that tells me that we're on the right track. So please, let's just file out. Dr. Motosho will lead us to the tea table. We have what? So please, let's move to the next body, the next room. And please don't go away after the tea. Oh. Let's listen to other papers. Oh. Hey, please don't go away after the tea. Oh. Thank you.
Omi bẹjú ìrònú wò mí, èyí kọjá òwe o. Òwe o, òwe o, òwe o. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwí fún ọba jẹ́ ugbọ́, òun làbọ̀ alákọ̀rí. Láì tẹ́tí sọ́gbọ́n ìpìlẹ̀, a ó ti ká ẹ̀tẹ́ bá nú pọ̀ lọ́jọ́ kan. Yé o, yé o, ó pẹ́ mo ti ń bá ọ wí, ìjọ wo ló máa gbọ́ rẹ o. Tá bá fẹ́ kó dára fún wa, kọjọ́ ọ̀la yẹ wá o. Ṣebí lọ́wọ́ wa ló wà, a ní lọ́wọ́ wa ló wà. Ìrere ìjọ àti ń bára pàdé ni mo ti ń ṣí ọ ní èyí o. Ṣebí lọ́wọ́ wa ló wà, a ní lọ́wọ́ wa ló wà. Ìrere fàkíkọ́rí kan tí ikú ojú mi fa róró. Ṣebí lọ́wọ́ wa ló wà, a ní lọ́wọ́ wa ló wà. Ìrere tá a bá fẹ́ kó dára fún wa, kílé ayé wa kó dùn. Ṣebí lọ́wọ́ wa ló wà, a ní lọ́wọ́ wa ló wà. Ìrere. Ojú ọ̀run màṣú dẹ̀dẹ̀, àràgbò làjálí láyà o. Yé o, yé o, yé o,
Hello? Yeah. We are back, and I hope we still have few of our colleagues online who are also still with us. And then on site, we want to accelerate. This will be the third session. I want to really run so that we'll be able to cover as much as possible. Please, technical, are there people online that we can recognize? Who are they? Akimbode, Olufisayo. Akimbode, are you presenting a paper? No. Who else is online? Is Unoza Toko Muhammadu online?
Good afternoon, sir.
Unoza Toko.
I'm waiting. Okay. Mr.
Okay.
Toko Muhammadu Musa.
Okay, please just hold on. In another few minutes, we'll call you to
Okay,
make
sir.
your presentation. Just hold on.
Thank you, sir.
Isewa, Steve, James, are you online? No. Prof, Professor Luby, please, respectfully, you can just take your seat here so that we can start right away. Just a minute. Thank you, man. Welcome. Thank you. Dr. Shina Alimi, as the rapporteur, to please sit so that we can begin right away. So I want to welcome every one of us back from the short tea break session. We will quickly run through the other parts of the session, and Professor Lubi will be sharing this session. Sir. So Professor Oluobi is here as the chair of this session, and the rapporteur is Dr. Shina Alimi from the Department of History. Professor Oluobi retired from the Department of Agricultural, from Soil Science in the Faculty of Agriculture, and he's here since yesterday. He has been part of this heroic conference. So, sir, number 35 will be the first to make presentation. Number 35, that's Inuza Toko Muhammadu. Number 35 on that list. Then we will also take colleagues who are with us here. Gabriel Osemebo, is he here? So we're expecting Gabriel to join us. So Gabriel is number 26, sir. Dr. Alimi, please help me take note. Number 26, that's the second person that will be calling to make presentation. Then Dr. Victor Olufemi Aderemi, number 3, that's number 32. Adeola Adijat Faleye, number 33, that's number 33. Are you seeing that? So how many do we have now? 4. Okay, let's have about 6. Then Aberejo, Professor Aberejo, and that's number 39. Number 39. Number 39. Have you seen that? Okay. So that's that makes how many? 5 or 6? 5. So let's add one more to make the 6th presenter. I don't know whether this colleague is online. Samson Oladoshu Ebe or Ebe. Ebe. Samson Oladoshu Ebe. Is he online? It's not online. Okay. It's not online. Tayo Adeshino, is he online? Yeah? No. Just to make sure that we take care of colleagues who are Pius Oshuntuyi, is he online? Okay. So we take one more. Is Ogidon here? Not yet. But it's not here. Okay, let's start with the 5. Then as we also come together, we add more. So that our plan is that, colleagues, our plan is that after this session, we have another session, and that will be all. So and we need your patience. A number of our brilliant participants would wish to gain from your comments, questions, and suggestions. So please don't run away after your presentation. Please, let's contribute to others' papers. Thank you very much. I'll hand over the mic to our chair, Professor Lupi. I think the mic before you is active. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You are welcome, everybody, and we should get started as soon as possible. We have 5 people on the line. The first one to present is huh? So, I'm sorry. Where is it? Yunusa Toko Muhammadu. Okay. It's on the campus here. Oh, it's online. Is it available online?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Thank you for coming, and we are ready to listen to you, and you are given a period of 10 minutes to do your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Before I start, I thank everybody here. I greet everybody, all professors, all students, all doctors. So my topic I want to present here today is technology development and cultural modernization impact on African creative art. So the outline is there, it's too long. I want to pass this quickly to go to the introduction. Okay, African art has a rich and diverse history spanning thousands of years and encompassing a wide range of style, medium, and theme. Contemporary African art builds upon this strong foundation and has been profoundly impacted by the rapid development of technology in recent years. This essay will explore the many ways in which technology has shaped contemporary African art, from providing artists with new tools and platforms to inspire new themes and subjects. In the digital age, artists from across the African continents have gained greater access to global audience, while also being exposed to a wide range of artistic influences. This is according to Adeyemi 2023. Now, the cultural context of African art is rich and varied, shaped by the continent's numerous ethnic groups, language, and tradition. Each region has its own artistic style and practices influenced by factors such as geography, religion, and social structure. For instance, West African art is known for its vibrant textile and intricate masks, while East African art often features beadwork and carving that reflects local wildlife. This diversity is a testament to the creativity and adaptability of African artists who draw inspiration from their surrounding and cultural heritage. The interplay between tradition, and modernity in African art highlight the dynamic nature of cultural expression across the continent. This from another authors. So at the same time, advances in digital art, tools, and software have expanded the creative possibility available to artists, enabling them to experiment with new techniques and medium. The rise of the internet and social media has also facilitated collaboration and networking opportunities, helping to build a vibrant and interconnected community of artists. In this environment, contemporary African art has flourished, resulting in a rich and diverse body of work that explore themes such as identity, cultural heritage, socio-political issue, and environmental concern, also according to Adeyemi. So this work, before I start, I want to explain, is not based on a literature review. So the study area here is the research is African continent because focus on the creative art on the whole continent. So the methodology, as I was saying, the methodology approaches used in this research is based on literature review through the internet research drive, Google.com. So this permits to consult different kinds of documentation as scientific paper, book chapters, and others related to the topic of our research. As a result, concerning technology developments. So according to Adeyemi document I consult, technological advancements and their influence on African art concern the internet and social media. And at that level, we have greater accessibility to global audience, networking and collaboration opportunities for artists, online marketplace, and digital galleries. After the internet, the technology influence is on digital art tools and software. And here also we have graphic design and illustration software, 3D modeling and animation, virtual augmented reality. Other things, new media and interdisciplinary approaches. Now we can have video art and installation, sound art and electronic music, interactive and participatory art. But this technology, this development has a challenge and opportunity also in the digital age, and that concerns intellectual property and copyright issue. Because protecting artists' rights in the digital era, there is the influence of open source and Creative Commons license also. And in that digital, and there is also the digital right and access technology, which like I can say, like a challenge, because the impact of limited access to technology on artists and opportunities. Initiative to bridge the digital divide in African community, because artists cannot get network everywhere. And also as opportunity, art education and training in the digital age that concern the incorporating technology in art curricula, online learning platforms, and resources for African artists. When we go to cultural modernization, the modernization is seen here through Vietnam cultural industry of UNCTAD, which according to United Nations Conference on Trade and Development report 2008, cited by Meza and Laradi, where there is 9 cultural industry. 1, traditional cultural expression, which concern art and crafts, festival and celebration. Cultural sites concern archaeological sites, museum, library, exhibition, etc. And visual arts. Visual arts concern painting, sculpture, photography, and antiques. The following is publishing and printing media, books, press, and other publication. And we have design, interior, graphic, fashion, jewelry, and toys. Continue. The other one are performing arts.
Please, you have 2 minutes.
Performing arts, live music,
small,
theater, dance, opera, circus, performances, etc. And audiovisual, which concern film, television, radio, and other broadcasting. And you have also new media, web software, video games, digitalized, creative contents, and creative services, which concern architectural, advertising, creative and research development, and recreational. Now, when we go to African creative arts, we discover that African arts are different forms because historically African art has evolved through various phases, influenced by indigenous practice, colonial and contemporary movements.
Can you please round up? You have a minute.
Okay. So let's say African creative art concern are different form, and the materials used in that area are also diversified. So the technique in African art, we have cultural techniques and style, textile art and weaving methods, painting techniques and style. But the influence.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for listening. Please note all your questions. The next presenter is Gabriel Osemobo. Okay. He's on ground. Thank you. Please aspire to keep the time. Yes.
I will try my best possible. Good afternoon. Also, there, my name is Gabriel Osemobo, and the title of my paper. Thank you. The title of my paper is An Exploration of Wole Soyinka's The Strong Breed and Death and the King's Horseman within the ambience of the 4th stage. You'll pardon me, the work is still in the 4th stage of becoming. Still in the embryonic stage. We are still cooking it, and your contributions will go a long way into shaping the work in its final phase. I would like to start with this premise that civilization started in Africa in 4000 BC, 4000 years before Christ was born. And civilization is older. African civilization is older than the Greek civilization. It therefore means by implication that theater started in Africa. Or formal theater as we have it historically started in Africa. So it was surprising, therefore, to Soyinka in his preface to Myth, Literature and the African World when he witnessed the denial of African literature and civilization by the English. And that was what informed the writings that we have in Myth, Literature and the African World, the essays that we have there. And in the preface to the fourth stage, which is an appendix to Myth, Literature and the African World, Soyinka, in the opening statement of the fourth stage, Soyinka aptly informed us of the entire work, the fourth stage. Because in that opening statement, Soyinka noted that the search for tragedy in any community entails one going back to one's roots. And that was what Soyinka did. In the fourth stage, Soyinka was able to explore the African cosmology of the world of the living, of the world of the unborn, the world of the living, and the world of the dead. In other words, Soyinka tells us of these three worlds: the unborn, the living, and the dead. But Soyinka went further in that treatise to note that there is the fourth stage, which he variously called the Cotonic realm, the transitional abyss, and some other adjectives were used for the fourth stage. But basically, it's talking about the fourth stage, that there's a fourth stage of existence. He said, according to Soyinka in that treatise, that crossing from the world of the unborn to the world of the living, he described as beatific. Crossing from the world of the ancestral world to the world of the unborn, he also described as beatific. But crossing from the world of the living to the world of the dead, he described as degic. And that is what we are particular about in this intended paper, which is still in the fourth stage of existence. In this paper, we'll be looking at, or we intend to look at, the place, the strong breed, and Death and the King's Horseman. The major characters that we're concerned about in this place are the old man in the strong breed, and also a man in the strong breed. And then in Death and the King's Horseman, we are looking at the character of Eleshin Oba, who was a character, or who is a character in that play that entered the fourth stage of existence, just like Iman and the old man. But the old man did not die. Every time the old man carried the sins of the community, it is always successful. So Soyinka was able, because what we intend doing in this paper, the basic objectives of the paper are one,
examine Wole Soyinka's A Strong Breed and Death and the King's Horseman through the lens of the theory of the fourth stage, analyze how Soyinka's use of ritual, symbolism, and characterization in this place embodies the principles of the fourth stage, and investigate the implications of the fourth stage theory for our understanding of the cultural identity, community, and the human condition. Our old man in The Strong Breed successfully perform the job of the carrier each time he does it, as he tells Eman that he has been carrying, he has been performing the function of the carrier for years. And it means, because according to Soyinka in the fourth stage, the very act of plunging into a chthonic realm, as Soyinka calls it, the fourth stage, is what is tragic in itself. And Soyinka tries to use that play to evolve an African authentic theater as different from the Western kind of theater. So Soyinka came up with a theory, which is the theory of the fourth stage, and the thesis play for that theory is Death and the King's Horseman. But funnily, the play was published before the theory was published. But Soyinka let us understand that he has written that theory long before even the play Death and the King's Horseman was performed. And we also realize that in most or all of his metaphysical works, his major works, Soyinka has always been concerned about the fourth stage. Soyinka has always been concerned about the African theater.
You have 2 minutes more, please.
Okay. As different from the Western kind of theater where somebody falls from grace to grass. His own conception of theater is entering the fourth stage and having that will to carry it on to the very last. And that is entering the fourth stage is what makes it tragic. And because of time, I would have loved to talk about how he also coined a comic theater in the Lion and the Jewel, but we will not go into that now. But the sorry, because I have 2 minutes. 1 minute. The findings. The study finds out that both plays, that is, Death and the King's Horseman and The Strong Breed, represent this moment of transition from one realm of consciousness to another. And the study concludes that both plays represent a moment of transition, that is a fourth stage, in which the protagonist is saddled with the responsibility of bridging the gulf between the worlds of the living and the ancestral world, and highlights Soyinka's concept of the fourth stage in understanding his creative works. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Please note your comments, your questions to later. The next presenter is Victor Olufemi Aderemi of Department of Religious Studies. Is he physically present? Yes. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon of the chairman, my lecturers, and my colleagues. My name is Aderemi Victor Oluwafemi from the Department of Religious Studies, a PhD candidate. The title before me is Celebrating the Pathfinder Divinity, Investigating Religious Symbols and Spirituality in Ogun Religious Tradition. There's a little modification on that. It was an achievement of the Pathfinder Divinity. But after listening to the keynote speaker yesterday, I had to change some things there. The religion of people permeate their life it influences what they do, how they behave, and culture also evolves from that. A lot of people have talked about African indigenous religion, but I would still say one or two things. We have in Yoruba land and in other places where Yoruba people live, because we have some in the diaspora, and some of them still practice the same religious, they are adherent of the same religious tradition as the people in the Yoruba land, southwest Nigeria. There's a belief in the supreme being, and followed by the supreme being is being served through the intermediaries. The first, the next to the supreme being, the deities, the divinities. They are also called Orisha. The Westerners may refer to them as gods or the likes. Followed by the spirits. I think no one has ever mentioned that. And after the spirits, there are ancestors. We are all aware of the ancestral worship. And then man. Then a presenter reminded me of animal the other time. So, in this order, the Yoruba, they are adherents of, they believe in the supreme being, worshiping him, serving him through the divinities. And among the divinities, there is one that is referred to as a pathfinder, Ogun, the god of iron. There are a lot of stories, a lot of historical antecedents to this, but I don't have enough time to go through this now. Ogun, when he was coming to this heart with his colleagues, Orishanla and others, played a key role especially when they got to when they got stuck, because they were coming and they met a kind of obstacle on their way, and none of the other deities had a better instrument or a strong enough instrument that could clear the way for them, according to one of the historical analysis that we have. But at the end of the day, Ogun was, he had the two cutlass that could clear the way for them, but he made them to promise him of something that when they get to Aye, when they get to Heart, they will honor him with something, and they agreed. Then he cleared the way for them. When they got to this planet Heart, they offer him the only crown with them. But Ogun refused, he rejected this, that no, he could not be tied down. He's restless, he has to go to different places to render service or to hunt and do a lot of things. So he didn't take the crown. But they still honor him with the title, Oshimole. The leader among the divinities, or the king among the divinities. And that's one of the stories. And another one talks about Ogun, Obatala, I think Oromila. They were a similar story like that. So what I'm saying in essence is that Ogun happens to be one of the divinities, a deity, and a strong one for that matter. And in Yoruba land, the people, among the Yoruba people, we have the devotees who are strongly committed to this supreme being. To this divinity who worship supreme being through Ogun. Ogun, as my topic says, is being celebrated in many towns in Yoruba land. We have Ilarangun, Ile-Ife, Ilesha, Ekiti. In fact, sorry, I would like to quickly go through something here. That summarizes the places where Ogun belong. Yes, okay. Ogun's story is presented in the following 7 icons of the deity, told in Yoruba poem, in the Yoruba poem. The epic poem suggests that Ogun has 7 designations according to the places where he is the prominent divinity, and that is, so the poem is as follows. Ògún méje lògún mi, ògún alára ní gbajá, ògún onírè àgbàdo, ògún oníkọlà ní gbàgbín, ẹlẹ́mọ̀nà àgbẹ̀sùn iṣu, ògún akìrun àgbàwọ̀ àgbò, gbẹ́nàgbẹ́nà ẹran ahun nígbà. Ibẹ̀ lògún Mákindé tí ń ibẹ̀ lògún Mákindé tí ń dògún lẹ́yìn odi. Bí ò bá gba tápà, àgbà bòkí, àgbà kúkúkù, àgbà kìmbèrè. Then the translation is there. My Ogun is 7 and the likes. This poem talks about how Ogun is being celebrated and is linked with certain professions and town. And today, I'll be talking about the methodology that will be used. So this paper identifies the various religious symbols of Ogun, and primary sources will include participants' observation, semi-structured interviews. The participants' observation was carried out in purposely selected town of Ekiti, Ondo, or Shun, Ile-Ife is a key. I'm sorry, I collected this data some time ago. Other work will be done to perfect it, to make it a perfect one. So you bear with me, I'm sorry. And the lacuna this work we feel is this. Although existing studies on Ogun talk about a lot of things, but this one would be focusing on the impact of religious symbols of Ogun on the spirituality of the hard earrings. Because they are not just worshiping or deifying this divinity. They are doing it for a purpose, celebrating. Someone beyond them that they believe can help them. So they are celebrating him in a way that will please him, and in a way that they'll be able to receive more from him. This is the gap. At the end of this work, we'll be able to focus. To identify those. All right, sir. So at the end of the work, we'll be able to identify the symbolic meanings behind those symbolic objects. The conclusion, let me quickly go to a lot of things here. In Ife, Ogun in Ife is referred to as Solojo. Then in other places, there are other ways they celebrate Ogun. The conclusion, the work shall pay adequate attention to the relationship between religious symbols and spirituality. Various symbols and their religious implications shall be constructively discussed. This study has been, will also be able to give appropriate meanings to the symbolic objects, especially relationship with the deities. And there are other things, there are areas of continuity and discontinuity. In the past, Ogun, one of the things they used to sorry. All right. Thank you.
We expect the next presentation to come from number 4. Dr. Adeola Adija Faleyi. You're welcome.
Without wasting much of our time, I'd like to stand on the existing protocol, and I'd like to pay obeisance to all elders on site and in the online. The paper I'll be talking to is entitled Yoruba performatives, social media involvement, creativity, retrogression or positive transformation? It's more of a question which I hope to answer. Quickly, I have a slide with a Oriki performance here. I won't have much time to show it, but I don't know if the slide can have it. Let's move into where the Oriki performance is held.
ọ̀rẹ́ wa ojoojó ara rẹ̀ wà kò ní kí ni.
ìfà yóò lẹ̀ fún ọ ni.
tí wọ́n máa bá ṣe ń kí wà lé wa ni àwa lọ mú òfin nǹkan mọ̀
kábíyèsí wa ọba Adékúnlé Adéògún Òkòyè
I may come back to this slide so that they don't take my time. I actually want to express the fact that Oriki, I have my abstract in this paper, but time will not allow me to go into it. By way of introduction, I like to say that within the culture of Yoruba people and among the users of language, particularly within the southwestern Nigeria, Oriki has become a household component and tool which several people use. The young, the old, the adults, women actresses, and for different purposes. It's one of the fluid and very flexible oral genre of the Yoruba people, and which is often engaged at celebrations such as chieftaincy title, coronation, marriage, birthdays, burial events, and other social cultural events. Oriki as one of the elements we're using here now to justify the need in this paper for social involvement and to find out whether there's a retrogression in the arts or whether there's promotion or whether there is preservation or we are actually sustaining this. So I argue in this paper that as a text tool that we use to show love, to shower encomiums, to also do so many things. In the past, in the very ancient time, Oriki found within the Akbesa, Onijala, those people who chant one art or the other. But we do a quick literature review of works of Adepe Babalola, Akinyemi, Karim Baba, and the likes. A proper review is done in this presentation, but I won't be going to details. I also like to say, apart from the feature type modes, which Oriki actually are falling, we use it within the context of chants and chant modes, which tells a lot of things. Let me also quickly say at this point that we have Oriki, which is Oriki Abiso. Taye Lolu, if I have to chant Oriki of Taye, we know that. Ejire, Loju Orogun, Ejiwowo Loju Yare, and the rest. Oriki Porokini, which talks about your physics and other things, Jagun Jagun, and so many people. And we also have Oriki Idile, which talks about the lineage, ancestry. Pardon me now quickly to define my terms of references. I have keywords in this paper, and one is Yoruba Orature. By way of defining Yoruba Orature, we have different types. But I've just picked on Oriki as an element, as a tool to also justify what I have in mind. We have social media platforms, which forms one of the keywords in this presentation, and I try to limit it to items such as we use now, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and the likes. Creativity ingenuity is another word which is so important to me. In any artwork, we're seeing Aura Jones and these Yoruba Orature, in particular Oriki, as one of the elements that involves creativity. Whoever is enacting Oriki performance has quite some finesse and element of creativity that is expected of sort. I have another word which is so key to me in this paper, and this is youth. What do I mean by youth? The age bracket of 7 up to 40. That's my own interpretation of youth. I have a basis of thought where I'm coming from. Then Yoruba cultural promotion as a major, one other keyword, which I have tried to use largely in this presentation. So my literature review is there. I've just mentioned scholars in that area. The issue of fixed or flexibility is not really particular to Oriki. as a particular genre. But it's one of we argue in this paper is one of the fluid element of chants of Yoruba people. My theoretical framework, I'm using eclectic approach, the reception theory and sociocultural theories shall be the framework to advance my analysis. And this is because it speaks well to our audience approach and accept the performances of Oriki on social media and even in the Asian setting. So the thrust of the paper is actually to review to take a chronological account of how Oriki was performed in the very indigenous setting, now to the location, transforming it to social media and how youth take it now. So by location, like I said, I mean TikTok, YouTube, WhatsApp, and other social media. My source of data, as also put under my methodology, shall be to extract information from users of those social media, to also consult written text as found on my literature reviews, and to also conduct a focus group discussion approach so that I can involve artists, actors, and users of these people medium, which is the oral performative in Oriki. A context analysis shall also be engaged. I have a set of structured questions when I was actually ruminating on this presentation. What is the role of social media now in the use of our Oriki and Jones? How well has it been? My structured questions, one of them is, what is or are declining factors that we have seen in manners of presentations of our Oriki in these days? Are there minuses? Are we retrogressing or we are progressing? My answer to them were found under my findings, and the emphatic no is one of the answers I put forward. I'll explain this if time permits me. In what ways are social media involvement also added values or dampen the use of Oriki in modern time? My answer is yes, we are advancing, we are not retrogressing. What are the values added in terms of manner, in terms of economic value? The social-cultural is there. We are being promoted by youth. Young ones who do not even have the knowledge of Oriki, what they are, now they go to social media to learn. It's so interesting that there is an upsurge of youth engaging the use of Oriki performance. They add even modern contemporary drums and the rest. It's actually a kind of infusion. There's a lot of infusion now. But like we rightly said yesterday, we cannot just say culture is static. It's not. Dynamism is involved, and this we have seen through this interrogation. My submission now is that rather than any form of declining factors that we would have been expected, people were not learning Oriki before, they were almost forgetting. But now youth are en masse learning it. I'm a practical example. I have a center and I train youth who are aspiring to learn Oriki. They want to perform it. They want to know what it is about. They go to social media. They even learn it at the corners of their comfort zones at home. And this is an interesting thing to know. Social media platform, I say it serves as an avenue for people to learn their culture and even acquire more information in a more relaxed setting, which is a plus. So the performative art of the use of the genre on social media platforms is not a minus, rather is a plus. However, we need to see that there is nothing that is advantageous that won't have disadvantages. We look at various disadvantages of this art. My conclusion is that the social media platforms create a space for sense of humor. In fact, if I want to relax as a scholar, sometimes I go to Facebook and go and look at what is there. So I see crops of youth performing Oriki. If time permits me, I will show you a couple of documentations that I have done. They want to learn Oriki. They want to even come and say whatever. They speak after even scholars or artists that are well known in this art. So the fluidity and flexibility of Oriki art is to the advantage of our culture because it's being used and promoted globally, now beyond our immediate environment. On the final note, I said the use of that genre is creating job opportunities for youths rather than just keeping them at home looking for white collar job. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for that presentation. The next one is Professor Aberejo, Institute for Entrepreneurship and Development Studies. Is he physically here? Oh, good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fumi Afolabi from Institute for Entrepreneurship and Development Studies. I'm presenting on behalf of Professor Aberejo and myself. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Please, before I start, I want to acknowledge every one of us and also appreciate the work of the last speaker, because I can say it dovetails to what I'm about to speak on. So this work is in progress, and so I will appreciate comments, after the presentation. So the topic is revitalizing traditional craftsmanship, empowering indigenous artisans through modern entrepreneurship. I'm going to skip the outline and go straight to the introduction. Since we have been here since morning, we've been talking about how to sustain our culture. And I want to say this is one of them. I mean, what we are going to present is just, in line with that. We know that traditional craftsmanship represents a significant aspect of cultural heritage. And because it embodies cultural identity and economic significance. For instance, in Nigeria, we have all these ashoke, in this southwestern Nigeria, in this area, we know that we have ashoke weaving, we have calabash carving, baskets, mat weaving that have thrived, for centuries. And this craftsmanship is often passed down through generations. So these crafts not only serve as artistic expression, but also hold economic significance within the local and national economy. However, despite their cultural importance, many of these indigenous artisans face challenges in sustaining their crafts in the modern economy due to globalization, industrialization. So, just go to okay. Let's go to 4 straight. 5. So, although there is a growing recognition of the cultural value of traditional crafts, however, there has been insufficient attention to how these crafts can be revitalized and sustained through modern entrepreneurship. So, and that is where we are coming in, through entrepreneurship, modern entrepreneurship. Our work is a theoretical paper, and we use copy methods to explore the potential of revitalizing traditional craftsmanship through modern entrepreneurship. The paper focuses on the preservation and promotion of indigenous crafts in southern Western Nigeria. Specifically, we use cultural preservation, entrepreneurship theory, and indigenous knowledge in our method, to explain how traditional crafts can be preserved and promoted in southern Western Nigeria. Page 7, shows the proposed model, the model we came up with from our both theoretical and literature review. So we came up with this model, which has 3 pillars. One of them is business innovation pillar. The other one is digital empowerment and cultural sustainability model. So through the first one, the first pillar, which is business innovation, promotes innovative business strategies that match traditional craftsmanship with modern design and production techniques. The pillar also emphasizes product development, brand building, and the formation of business networks to ensure the financial viability of traditional crafts. It also includes encouraging collaborations between artisans and contemporary designers to create hybrid products that appeal to modern consumers. The digital pillar, the digital empowerment pillar, focuses on equipping artisans with the digital skills and tools necessary to access broader markets. This will involve providing training on e-commerce platforms, social media marketing, and digital platform, digital payment systems. The digital empowerment can assist the artisans to reach customers globally, as well as bypassing traditional intermediaries and expanding their market reach. Lastly, the cultural sustainability pillar ensures that the essence of traditional craftsmanship is not lost in the transition to modern entrepreneurship. This pillar focuses on preserving the cultural significance and identity of indigenous crafts while adapting them to modern markets. It also promotes education and awareness about the cultural history of these crafts and their importance to the identity of indigenous community. So on page 8, we have the various products that can come up that we can have through this infusion of the theories that I've already discussed about. So we can see that these products, of course, they maintain the cultural identity of our people. Also, they also appeal to younger generation. To modern consumers. So, in essence, incorporating entrepreneurship into traditional craftsmanship has the following benefits. One, it provides wider markets and profitability for artisans. It also maintains and it also allows us to maintain and pass down the traditional crafts. Also, it's bridge, it provides a bridge between generational gaps and sustain craftsmanship. So we came up with a policy recommendation, which includes government support through financial assistance and subsidies, platform for showcasing traditional crafts, and intellectual properties for artisans. This is to make sure that their idea is not lost. Also, we have educational institutions like ours and entrepreneurship institutes, where educational institutions like our institutes can also include entrepreneurship in artisan training program. So those are our recommendation. So in conclusion, that modern entrepreneurship offers a pathway to revitalize traditional craftsmanship, and it requires collaboration between policymakers, educators, and entrepreneurs. And if we have that collaboration, then the outcome will be to strengthen our local economies and preserve our cultural identity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Thank you for patiently listening. Well, we'll ask for questions. Do we have people who are willing to ask questions, please? Number 1, number 2, number 3, 4, 5. Any more? Where? It's 5 now.
6.
Okay. Who is number 5?
I'm number 5. He's number 4. I'm 4. I'm 5. 6.
Okay, 6. Oh, you want to ask question? Okay. We enjoyed the presentation. And I thank God. You want to? Okay. Somebody on the line?
Okay, only one person. Okay, okay,
Yes, I have.
Yes, sir. I'm just making a little comment. The job that this seminar has done is tremendous, and we may not realize it easily. But there is a key word. There is a key word. The key word is discipline. That is why Nigeria is where it is today. And we should not shy. We should not be afraid to let the government know. Somebody made a presentation yesterday and he said all these problems are having effect on education and governance. Self-control is the key of life. If there is no discipline, it is difficult to achieve anything. Now, there are laws in this country, but the laws are not obeyed. So it's like there's no discipline. I was making some comments yesterday when we talk of Ogun and all those kind of gods. There are 700 ethnic languages in Nigeria. Every area has its own god, and they are scared of that god. They cannot abuse the god. They cannot abuse the god. At least we can use that to shape our governance. Somebody was talking about animal as God. I know River Nile, there is God of water. God of water is River Nile, and that God represents something. And there is Eshu itself is a God, which the Yorubas worship. There was an incident recently that, when the Kabiyesi of Ilesha died, they asked people to stay at home and don't go out. Nobody dares. I didn't know they would be. I would say they don't mind them. No, it's not only in Ilesha. And everybody you stay, don't go out before 2 o'clock. They obey that. If it is in the church that they say they should not go out, they will go out. If it is the mosque that they say they should not, because they don't believe in that God. They believe that if you go out, whatever happens to you is your responsibility. So I think discipline matters, which the government should embrace. And one of the easiest way of doing it is use your God, the God that you believe in. You don't know that you believe in the God, but you believe in the God, and because if you make a mistake, he will answer you immediately. And if you pray to him, and this God that we keep on referring to is in your heart. He doesn't live in a house built by hand. You can't be committing sin and keep on expecting grace. So if there is a way that this can be communicated to God, let them use their traditional God to swear that you will not steal money. If you don't steal money and that you will do your work very well, they give you an assignment to do, you keep on delaying it, because you don't care. That's just a comment on that. And a little on Oriki. Oriki, sir. Oriki is your origin. It links us to your origin. And it's very important. So we are not doing this thing in silence. We have to let the government know that we mean business. And I thank God for the establishment of this place. Yes, number one. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I'm Adisa from Sociology and Anthropology. I appreciate all the presenters. And particularly, I want to state that I enjoyed the articulate way in which our chief, Dr. Mrs. presented her work on Oriki. That actually caught my attention the more. Energetics. I only would like to plead with her that by the time she's coming up with the correct fashion of the whole idea, I will plead that she enriches the general introductory background information on energetics. Because Oriki actually assists us. We would have lost all our history if we did not devise that means of recanting specific particular events some particular families are noted for, or are known by, or are known with, or particular individuals. And I will also like to say that people that are handed down Orikis, family lineage, energetics, there are Orikis created by individuals themselves. For instance, there are Orikis just for dogs. I like playing Ayu. And there is one I have devised for myself. You know, when people are playing Ayu, some can be assisted by others. Push this, push that. And if I'm left alone and I'm confident I will still win, I have this particular Oriki that I usually use for myself. That if you leave me all alone to play, I am confident I will still win my opponent. So I will like her to enrich the background information with that.
Yeah, my question, my reaction is to Gabriel Osembo's presentation on showing us the fourth stage. If you look at Shoyinka's fourth stage, it's actually an individual heroism as against African collective heroism, because African life is about communal living. But if you look at his own theory, it's actually scapegoatism. You know, somebody alone takes the sins of the entire society, like Jesus Christ in the Bible that takes the sins of everybody. So how do you see his theory as reflecting the true philosophy of African collective heroism? Thank you.
Number three.
Thank you. Two quick comments, one on Dr. Otsenobo's presentation. Just one background argument that you gave. Civilization started in Africa, therefore formal theater started in Africa. Somehow I feel that that argument is incomplete. Well, maybe not too important to your discussion, but if it is coming out, you either, maybe you should complete the argument. The fact that civilization started in Africa may not necessarily imply that formal theater started in Africa. Then to the third presenter, Mr. Victor, this doctrine of hierarchy of beings, I don't know why you ignored or missed out animals and, plants and inanimate objects. I think those are very important to that doctrine if you are working from temples, because it puts man at the center. When you look from the top, from the down, it puts man at the human beings at the center. Finally, a quick, curious question for Dr. Fale. The Oriki thing is quite interesting. I was just wondering, the advent of hype men among youths in contemporary social media space, hype men. You know, there's this current trend of having some hype men that, you know, they hype. Okay. It's just this. Okay, all right. It was just a curious question. All right, thank you.
Number 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is also to my colleague, Dr. Gabriel Osemebo, and it's very close to what the last speaker raised. Ours, number one, in Africa, when you say theater started from Africa, we must be careful. Number one, we don't even call it theater from the beginning. Yeah, it is dramatized ritual, and it is there in Ogunbi, Dakwade Lugba, all of them, the argument started from there. That is, when you even say theater, what is theater? Because ours is not the performance that is solely in an enclosure. It's on the street, in waterfront, Oba's Palace. So when we want to debate, there's a thin line. If we have foreign scholars of theater, drama, and performing arts, they too will raise their hands up to say, no, when we say theater, our own perception of theater is not actually what you are talking about. So I want you to look into it. Just grab Ogumbi. You can take the one of 1981 or 1980 and the one of 2014. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bro, number 5. Yes.
Well, I think I have question for 3 people. Number 3, my Oguman. Yes, unfortunately, it's very difficult for me to understand your presentation, because talking of this Ogun, I don't know. It's so difficult for me to understand your presentation, but I couldn't just understand it. But when we are talking of all these our deities, in fact, we need to correct ourselves, because the Igbo people say our ancestors are gods. They are not gods. They are just deities. Then when we say we worship them, we don't worship them, we venerate them. We venerate them. And that's the word they are using, that the no problem. Yes, because that is the word they use, the Oyibo people use to rubbish our own ancestors, because they say they are gods, or we worship them. And that's why people in the church, they say, don't go and worship them. We only venerate them, because at the festivals, we only eat there, eat and wine. What could be something that they will just put maybe part of the food and give it to the, just drop it on the representative of that date. So we don't worship them, we venerate them. Then you talk of Ogun, yes, Ogun, that's the God, that's the pathfinder. And you see, the concept that they come from the heaven, for us archaeologists, we don't believe they come from the heaven. For instance, Ogun or Ramfe, Ududua, they descended from a hill or a hill. And that's just what we are working on. Because in the artists at the beginning, because they don't know where they came from, they came from heaven. Yeah, from heaven. But they descended from a hill down. And Ogun happened to be the pathfinder because he had the knowledge of iron. So my sister, well, I was just telling her, and just for the benefit of all of us here, Uriki. In fact, in archaeology now, just like what my brother said, in Uriki, you have all the history of people are there. Because Uriki tells you about the history of that family, the profession of that family, what the family has done. So it is history on its own. And that's what we are using now in the analysis of our data. I mean, I did the work in Ogbomoso, when you talk of Oluoje, and interestingly, when we carried out excavation there, we came across the skeleton of duck. Then we came across the skeleton of the birds, that small birds. So you cannot see how you can interpret your data. So, Oriki helps us so much in the analysis of our historical or archaeological facts. Then the last person, the third person, who's the third person? That's my sister. Entrepreneurship. Thank you, Jare. Entrepreneurship. Now we'll be talking of theory. Are you prepared for the practical aspect of this? But when talking about our indigenous or traditional or cultural trade, or trade, craft. For instance, now we are working, we've discovered that in Ife, the glass bead that were made, they got their glass from the raw materials. The Oyibo came and said that no African man could have done this. Now we knew that the African man, casted those bronzes, made glass from quartz, akokuta. Yes, quartz, the stone. It was the stone that they grinded and fired to get glass. And they were mixing color, using another rock to get color. Because if you use vegetable, once you heat it, it becomes black. So our father, they have this knowledge. But because of all this, the Oyibo, they know that we are great. Yes, smart people. And that's why they say, okay, if that is the thing, we've been doing the religion and say that whatever you do is evil. I mean, if you look at the picture of Jesus Christ, Abi Baba, picture of Jesus Christ, Oyibo, picture of Muhammad, Oyibo, picture of Satan, black man. Have we ever just think of that? Why? So we have to look at holistic on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Even though I also presented, but my observation is to Mr. Olufemi. Let me say this briefly to help you a lot. When you are choosing a topic, be distinct about it. I think you need to review that your topic. That's number one. We may see later. Number two, there is a kind of mix-up. You're talking about Olojo. Are you reviewing Olojo Festival? Are you looking at the semiotic imports of the performatives or the sacred movement or whatever? There are a lot of works in it. Then, if you are not doing that, are you comparing Olojo and Ogun? So there was a kind of mix-up in your interpretation, and I think from your topic and your focus, you need to review that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Ogidon Oladari from Dramatic Art Department. My question goes to Prof on presentation on indigenous craft, preservation of the indigenous craft and artworks. Well, I just want to ask, Ma, what are we doing? I mean, or what do you intend to do, knowing fully well that most Nigeria, particularly the youths now, are not patronizing our local products? What can we do to change that narrative and motivate them to continue? Because if we produce those things and we don't have people to buy them, it's of no use. And I realize that foreigners actually appreciate our craft works, our artifacts more. Yeah, more than we, the Africans. So what can we do to actually change this narrative? Thank you.
Yes, just a quick reaction before. Yes, sir. I didn't think Dr. Oshimobo, you didn't mention beginning of theater, origin of theater. You say origin of civilization, if I'm right.
We're talking about the
But this is the same theater. That's all the guy. I would have to, the theater that is saying too, we can trace it to Africa. There's another source that traces to Egypt. That's my comment.
Excuse me. I mean, just for clarity, Yoruba drama existed. That's why I was referring you to Professor Dotun Ogundeji. He supervised my master's in Ibadan. You may need to see his works. And Adedeji. Why we say Yoruba drama, we don't use theater. There are quite some historical underpinning. So when you are saying theater starts from Africa, the word theater is a question. We're in festivals, that's my area too. In festivals, we look more into Yoruba drama because of the setting and other things. But if you're looking at the chronological account, you're taking a chronological account of the theater, the etymology of the word and the absorption of it, you need to be careful. That's just that.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, last question is here. No, yes, there is. Mr. Aderemi, you can project it. So, Mr. Aderemi, your paper focuses on Dr. on the Pathfinder divinity,
Dr. Alimi.
And
Dr. Alimi.
Ogun symbols and so on. I think you should focus more on that. Okay. Then the second comment or question is actually directed at my colleagues in philosophy. And also, you will also benefit, Mr. Aderemi. Now, how do we make sense of mythical stories of divinities and spirits? Okay, it falls within the realm of metaphysics. Okay, because this challenges our human realities. It also raises question about African ways of knowing. So you can help us around that. Then Dr. Faleye, your work very interesting. But I think the theory you are trying to use to frame your arguments, I think you may consider uses and gratification theory within the media effects theories. Uses and all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment and observations. I think we'll break for.
Okay, this is what is your
What is it?
Let me
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So 2 minutes mass.
No,
Reaction.
No, 2 minutes too much. Oh.
Okay, 1 minute.
1 minute, please.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Reaction to all the questions.
You know,
who wants to react? Oh yeah, 1 minute. Oh yeah, 1. Please. I will try.
Okay, very fast. Yes, though we have a carrier that performs the function, but it is always done by the community because at the end of the day, it's going to be for communal benefits of all and sundry. Theater starting in Africa, and it's not a mistake. In fact, it is erroneous to say theater started in Greece in the year 534 BC by Thespis. It is wrong. It is wrong in the sense that in the year 4000 BC, we have record of theater in Egypt, the Orisis Passion Play. It's there on record, okay? But that theater again means performance. And you realize that African are known for festivals. And these are performances. That is what basically theater is. So there's always a performance. Thank you. And that is the form all of Soyinka's plays, major works take. It takes the form of a festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
1 minute.
I remain Faleye Adeola. I want to appreciate all of you for your comments. On IPMEN, I will see Mr. Dr. Alade for more light. And on the choice of theory, I will see you for more information. Thank you. And on the question on from online, that what is my take on the notions of Christian believers on Noriki that have images of animal? Animal totems. Animal totems are just metaphoric. Somebody saying Omo wa, Omo ekun. And we will be we even bear names, and there are names that have over time they're just anije doko. They're just the nature in you. It's a pity I just started about me play kini kako enjoy it. You will see somebody at the point on tayo Tony ohun ọmọ àti nǹkan mọ̀ ìbọn nǹkan lọ́gànjọ́. She sees a lady person and she says,
we continue after this.
So thank you, such an interesting thing, but I'll respond to the person online too. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
Okay, Professor Isaac online, please. You have 1 minute to react, to make your comments.
Okay. Thank you very much for the, thank you very much for the observation, for all the observation and comments. So I just want to quickly respond to the question that what can we do to make youth buy our products? So the first thing that I want to say is that it's making the youth to be, to be interested even in that craft. I think that's the first thing we need to do to make them, be interested in it. Because one of the things we have seen is that there is a decline all I use, I mean, they are not interested in that craft again. I mean, there's a decline in theirs. So the first thing is to make them interested in the crafts, in the traditional craft. And how can we make them be interested even in the production is, we also, I mean, like,
Thank you very much, ma.
we
Thank
talked
you, ma.
about entrepreneurship.
Discussion continues.
Sorry.
EOD.
So including the entrepreneurship
End of
principle,
discussion.
teaching them entrepreneurship.
End of discussion.
Direct.
Yes. Please, let's appreciate Professor Lubi. Let's please appreciate Baba for. Thank you very much, sir. We want to sincerely appreciate you. Now, please, if you look at your time, just 10 minutes to 3. And I want to sincerely commend your resilience, your commitment to academic engagement, the strength that you have displayed, and the encouragement that you have given us in the Institute of Cultural Study. Now, I've gone through, there was one short mistake I made, snap of a mistake. When we broke out for a break, that was when we could have divided ourselves into 2 so that we have 2 parallel sessions. Now we need to do that now. So because we have about 16 papers still outstanding. And so we have made arrangements, and this arrangement is very solid. But it will be solid if you give us another just 1.5 hours. We will be done. 10 minutes, we are about 6. So we've divided into 6. So Professor Adisa will share a session. And then I was thinking that Baba Adisa 1, Adisa 2, but Adisa 2 said he has a meeting 2 p.m. That he was waiting. So Dr. Mrs. Ayadola Fale will share the second session. And then let me run through those who are here and those who are not here, both online and physical. So we just divide ourselves into 2. Where we took that tea, the place is set. So for the breakout session, so we will just mention name. Now, the way it is, just like it was when I was in a conference in Ghana some times ago. In our breakout session, we, paper presenters, we are the audience. And we are audience to ourselves. So usually it happens like that. So please, as many as are here, when we just say go to next room, stay here. Please, if there is anyone that I mentioned and that person is either online or physical, please, I beg, I implore you to please indicate. Alabi Oluwafemi. Okay, so Alabi Oluwafemi is here. Samuel Olabode, Salome Olajide from OAU, Department of English. Is he here or online? Okay, not around. So that one is knocked out. Even if it now comes around, it will be next year. I've told that my pen again. Thank you, sir. Okay. So number 15 is number 15. Qasim Adeyemi Aliu. Okay, so those 2 are out. So we are Ruth, a 2-way, Epoche. So that is also out. So you can see now we were not stayed for too long. Opatola Mustafa Olaiwola is online. So that will be number 1 here in ICS seminar room. Opatola is online. So Opatola, please stay online. We will start shortly. Shiemela Ubona. Online or here? None. Olubumi Adeola Motosho. Here. So please, the next, what's that place called? Gallery. So gallery, okay. And
Feyishara Sunday Omolola. Here or online, not available. Iyabode Ajisafe. Okay, Iyabode Ajisafe is here. So please, Iyabode also will be in the gallery session. I think we are making good progress. Oladile Olasoji, online. Oladile Olasoji, not around. Ogundeji Tony Ogidon. Sorry, you are. Is it? That is a different paper. That's a different paper. But Ogundeji and Ogidon. So that's the one physical in ICS seminar room. Seminar. The other one is online. So you'll be there are two that are now over there. Is that clear? Okay. So Hamid Olutoba Lawal. Okay, so that's number 2 ICS seminar. Odunlade Adimola, not around. Steve Isewa James, not around. Okay, it's getting better. Taye Adeshino, not around. So it's getting better. Oladoshu Olusegun Adebolu, not around. I'm aware. Kende Michael Anjorin, sorry. Anjorin is here. Anjorin 1, Anjorin 2. It's delivering two powerful papers. So, seminar room here. Then I think gradually, Pius. Pius is online. In that case, Anjorin will move to gallery so that we can populate gallery and Anjorin. Then Pius is here. So that will be number 2 online here, right? Okay. Then Dr. Bakari. And then Ogundeji yesterday, that's the one it will be. So please, with your calculation, how many people are here now? I'm coming out. We have not finished. Okay, please do go. Sorry, that's 9. No, 2. It's 2, ma. Yeah. Babatunde Allen, when he comes, he stepped out. Then Ogundeji, yesterday, okay, physical at gallery. Then our Justin, physical here. Ogidon, Oludare, Roland. You are presenting the 2 together, right? The first one is here. Okay, so it will be here also. So how many do we have now here? Then where's Aladi? No, there's Tayo. Have you done your paper? Okay, so sorry, I marked it. So Dr. Alade, you also do yours at gallery. So please, let's move like that. Okay, let's move. Yes. So please, if you are with doctor, please go with Professor. Please, let's be, yeah. Egbasa. Baba Mugo. Okay, so, Madam, here. Yeah. So, yeah, Dr. Fale, please come and take charge. And so, Dr. Fale, take part. And then I think Gabriel should please be our rapporteur. Then we're now Mrs. Adiremi and Mr. Adiremi, please come closer. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think we should. The list is with before you, sir, ma.
Okay, this is a list.
Uh-huh.
Here's a list.
So let's take.
Here's a list.
That's the list, yeah.
The one you just used.
So you have
No, I was not. Okay. There's a quarter line.
Olufemi Alabi. So Olufemi is number 1 here, ma. Alabi is number 1.
Alabi, what number on the list?
No, I just added it. Just
okay.
Alabi,
Dr. Mrs.
Mr.
Alabi.
Mr. Alabi, number 1 here.
Sorry. Okay.
Then
of your paper, please.
Then Okpatola online, which is number 11.
Okpatola online.
Number 11.
Okay, number 11.
Okpatola online, number 11.
Then Dr. Ogundeji and yesterday.
Then Dr. Ogundeji.
And yesterday.
They are in the. They are. So it's Ogundeji and Ogidon that is here.
Okay, what number on the?
That's number 28.
Number 28.
Yes, we are here. Then Amid Olutoba Lawa here. Number 30.
Amid Olutoba. Number 30. So we have 4. So who's the other online? Pius.
Then Pius.
The doctor, Mr.
Mr.
Mr. Pius. Pius what, please?
Pius.
Number what? Oshuntuyi.
Oshuntuyi, that's number 47. And finally, you have number 50, Awawa.
Okay.
And then I think we have Dolapo Adiremi also. Dolapo Adiremi.
What number on the program book?
That's on number 51. No, number 52. Dr. Dolapo, would you mind presenting in the next room?
Sorry.
So please be there so that you won't be it's becoming too long here. We're about running to 7 now. So
the title of Mr. Alabi's paper.
So let's so Mr. Alabi, please come and announce your title and start almost immediately, please. Let me go and sort out our colleagues over there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We would like to start this session very fast so that we can maintain decorum and we can also leave on time. Our engineers, as we said, thank you very much. So we want to welcome Mr. Alabi, and your 10 minutes starts now. Feel relaxed, but kindly use our time well. The title of your paper, please.
Yes, I want to start on the existing protocol, and I recognize our scholars in this section. I'm Oluwafemi Alabi Sunday. The title of my paper is A Locked Ancestor in the Box.
A locked
ancestor in the box, and a trapped baby in the womb.
And a trapped
baby in the womb.
Baby
In the womb.
In the womb.
Exploring the consequences.
With a colon?
Yes.
Exploring
the consequences of neglect.
Exploring the consequences
of neglect of culture in Ahmed Jerima's
it got to be
So, consequences of
neglect of culture.
neglect of culture
It got to be IGATIBI.
in Ahmed Yerima. Still your title?
It got to be.
It got to be.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you set? Your 10 minutes starts now.
Yes, there have been advocacies for preservation, sustainability of African culture. Other scholars in this session, this conference have also mentioned the efforts at preserving African culture, African creative artists, and of course, diverse form and crafts have deployed their enterprise in the preservation of African cultural heritage, including traditions, custom, language, music, art, and historical sites. African dramatists as well, including Ahmed Yerima, have engaged their craft to project African cultural beliefs, practices, and worldview, arguably with a view to preserving them. The core of this paper is to explore the consequences of neglect of African culture and tradition, and it's engaged specifically the what I call qualitative method. It positively selects Ahmed Yerima's place because it provides an understanding of culture, and of course it's a fourth in perpetuating the African culture. Particularly, we'll be looking at the consequences of analyzing the consequences, the causes, and of course examining the solution provided to neglect of culture and tradition of the ancestors in the play, and particularly the secondary source of data will make use of textbooks, journal articles, the internet, and the study draws insights from Omike Baba's notion of hybridity as a theoretical framework to explore how contemporary Africans can perpetuate their cultural identity in spite of the various challenges. And it argues and concludes that African culture and tradition can be perpetuated through a conscious blends of cultures and tradition in the contact zone, echoing Kofi Hawono's call for transformative, progressive, and dynamic model for cultural sustainability in a square, the amphi, and the hammer. And I would like to clarify some concepts. We have mentioned the idea of African culture and tradition, but I would like to emphasize that the aspect of culture that we are looking at, because we are looking at culture, we'll be looking at it from the material culture and then the non-material culture. One specific aspect of the material culture, the non-material culture is religion. And we are talking about the religion traditions of the people. And that cuts across beliefs, practices, and of course, ritual related to the supernatural and or spiritual in the performance. So the ancestor in the play is a representation of the traditional way of life, the African religious tradition, which is an aspect of culture, and of course, constitute a microcosm in this paper of the African culture that has suffered some kind of suppression. And of course, we understand, I will not talk about the cultural preservation because we have been talking about it in the course of this. And of course, this paper particularly will advocate the place of cultural porphyrios, or what I call conference, and cultural hybridity for the perpetuation and sustainability of cultural identity. That is the advocacy of this paper, and is echoing, of course, Baba's notion of hybridity, and of course, Kofi Hawuno's own position or call for transformative culture. So we look at Baba's notion of hybridity briefly. Baba, let me emphasize that Baba is an Indian scholar and theorist in the field of post-colonial studies, cultural studies, and of course, literary theory. Baba's concept of hybridity provides a valuable insight into dynamics of cultural fusion and identity formation. That is, he specifically argues that cultural identity are never fixed or pure, but are always hybrid, ambivalent, and subject to negotiation. And that is the focus of this theory that you are engaging. Now, of Igatibi, the locked ancestor in the box, and a trapped baby in the womb, the play itself focuses on the consequences of neglect of culture and tradition of the ancestors, and it projects this through the travail of Limamu, is a character, and of course his family in the play. They suffered a lot of things because they have dogmatically adopted the Western culture, especially Islamic religion tradition, and have abandoned the ancestral veneration in the ancient army of the ancient deity Igatibi. So because of our time, we look at specifically our concept of locked ancestor in the box. A locked ancestor in the box is a metaphorical representation of abandonment and representation of African way of life. I mean, repression or suppression of African way of life, including religious tradition of the people. So we understand that ancestors are the forebears. We have Mbiti's understanding. Mbiti 1970 calls the ancestors the living dead. Kimali 2006 also described the ancestors as the living dead. And we can see the living dead, the ancestors in two categories. Those we call the alales, and those that we call that we recognize as the masquerade, manifest in the form of masquerade. So these two are what we have highlighted in this particular story. Now, a child baby in the womb metaphorizes the consequences of abandonment of the culture, and it gives an understanding of the liminal phase, the transformative process that culture is passing through in order for it to be reinvented through hybridity. So we have mentioned specifically the causes, that is Western culture, especially religion constitutes a significant factor for cultural neglect and extinction. We have instance of that in the text. Then we also identify dogmatism, an objection to dynamism as another factor that is responsible for cultural neglect in the text. Because of our time, we identify the consequences. There are a lot of consequences, and I'll mention three of them at three levels. One, we have cosmic disorder, social disorder, and disorder at a subjective level. That is individual at individual level. All of these found expressions in the text because of the time. And we look at the recommendation, our recommendation, which is towards cultural identity perpetuation. We look at the place of cultural conveyors. This concept of cultural conveyors focuses on the transfer or transferer of cultural values and traditions from one generation to another. And in that, there's a character, and Hegler's old grandmother of Limamu in the place occupies that position. The God demands demonstrate ancestral desire to ensure that the past connects with the present and then the future. So there is the need, in order for us to perpetuate culture and to sustain it, there is the need for cultural portrayals. We have seen papers presented here today have also mentioned, identified instances of those people that fall into that category. Then the need for cultural hybridity, we see that in the kind of adopting our own culture and the traditional culture, the Western culture, in order to produce a new form of identity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him? We thank you very much. Kindly note your questions, observations, or comments. We will come back to that shortly. He has actually delved into a few things, which recap may not be necessary now because of time. We will go back to that later. So can we have the second presenter, who is, I think, online? And this is Dr. Patola. Is it there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very
I'm
much. You're
available, sir.
welcome on board. This is
Happy to
a
meet you, ma'am.
session that will give you 10 minutes for your presentation. Are you set?
Okay. I'm ready, sir.
Thank you. Can we have you, please, decorum in the house? Decorum, please. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. My name is Patola Mustafa Olaiwola, an associate professor of at the Institute for Entrepreneurship and Development Studies. The topic which I'm discussing
I think his line is breaking. We will wait for you in another 2 minutes, trying to ensure that you are back online. Dr. Patola. We will give you 2 more minutes to come back online. If we are not able to get you, we may give you time to come back for your presentation, so that we won't keep others waiting. Thank you. I think we will give him another time to come on board. Is Mr. Pius Oshuntuji, is it ready? No. Mr. Pius Oshuntuji, are you there?
Mr. Pius Oshuntuji is ready, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
thank you very much.
Okay.
We will
I'm
have
still on.
Dr. Patola, are you back? Is your network stable now?
Yes, I'm back in now.
Yes, I want to do something because we still have 6 more presenters. So I was going to suggest that you can fix your network while we have someone else. But if you want to continue, we will continue with you. Which one?
Okay. Let me check again, ma'am.
Do you want us to come back to you afresh?
I think yes.
Okay.
Yes,
go
ma'am.
on now.
Can I continue? Okay.
Please do. Dr. Pius, kindly give us some time. Thank you. Let's have Dr. Patola. Thank you.
Yes. My topic is the dynamism and transformation of beekeeping business in relation to historical cultural entrepreneurship in Nigeria. The concept of the study is that beekeeping business, which is the maintenance of bee colonies commonly in artificial beehives.
Thank you. We are listening to you.
Beekeeping entrepreneurship can be said to be a proof to the harmony between traditional technique and modern business penetration. While cultural entrepreneurship is a dynamic and multifaceted phenomenon that can be understood as the intersection of culture and business. Therefore, cultural entrepreneurs challenge the existing norms, practices, and institutions, and contribute to social and economic value creation, innovation, and sustainability, thus making possible the study of dynamism and transformation of beekeeping business in relation to historical cultural entrepreneurship in Nigeria. The objectives of the studies are to examine the historical dynamism and transformation of beekeeping business in Nigeria. 2, to scrutinize technical efficiency on the use of traditional and modern methods of honey production. 3, to observe the profitability of traditional and modern beekeeping practices. And finally, to identify the major constraints to both beekeeping practices. Problem identified. Many African countries are strategizing how to enter and grow their business in beekeeping, which are very lucrative domestically and at the international market. Beekeeping also has other positive benefits for the local communities, such as helping families become self-sufficient. Moreover, the production of beekeeping materials for both domestic consumption and export to the outside world, like United Arab Emirates and other Middle Eastern countries, is a lucrative business. To be specific, new beekeeping methods have the potential to create a better product which can be sold at a higher price. Sharing access to innovative techniques can create a superior, more marketable, and ultimately more profitable commodity, which hence cause a demand for this study. Purpose of the study. The insistence of the research is to show dynamism and transformation of beekeeping business in relation to historical, cultural entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Beekeeping entrepreneurship is a proof to the harmony between traditional craftsmanship and modern business acumen, indicating that cultural entrepreneurship is a dynamic and multifaceted phenomenon that can be understood as the intersection of culture and business. That is, cultural entrepreneurial beekeepers are agents of change who can challenge existing norms, practices, and institutions and contribute to social and economic value creation, innovation, and sustainability. The scope of the study focuses on the dynamism and transformation of beekeeping business in relation to historical, cultural entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Lecture review. Here I will just do it skelettally. Beekeeping is a branch of agriculture, as we all know, in commercial management of bee swarms. Beekeepers are, cost-friendly and easy to start, as it has low operation costs compared to other ventures. It serves a source of foreign exchange, as we all know, through export, and directly or indirectly provides jobs for rural people and urban people. However, honeybees are well known for the economic value, particularly in the pollination of vegetables, fruits, and seed crops across the world. Honey as a product of bees has been scientifically proven beneficial in the treatment of disorders such as diabetes, asthma, high blood pressure, snake bite, and throat sores in both traditional and modern society. Traditional or indigenous beekeeping methods are completely unplanned, and there are two types of hives for it, which is fixed hive or movable hive. Traditional beekeeping is technically viable and needs less expertise. Yet, colonies are destroyed in pursuit of honey. How? Because since it is unplanned, people just try and harvest it. By harvesting, what they do is to use smoke to destroy the insect and get the honey from it. However, modern beekeeping provides consistent sources of honey and allows small-scale farmers to maintain and regulate bee colonies. It also provides for more skilled and efficient management, as well as greater yields and consistent delivery of bee products to the market.
Dr. Patola, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay.
So that I won't get you unaware.
Okay, sir. I'm going to escape the historical passages. Challenges. We have different challenges of it in terms of pest attack, lack of modern production, rearing techniques, marketing skill training and credibility, and so forth. The research methodology. The research employs a descriptive approach, which is purely on literature review to do the study. The result. The study has shown that the big acquirement of skill in entrepreneurship encourages social change and improving lives by building functional products or services for healthcare treatment of several diseases and illness. It also improves bees more productive than traditional bees. Improved bees were more productive than traditional bees, although both beekeeping systems were profitable ventures. Investment in beekeeping, especially with the modern beekeeping approach, is, tremendously with expanded access to cheap and flexible credit. Most importantly, with the dynamism and transformational practice of modern beekeeping in place of traditional method in Nigeria, did not reduce the population of the social insect unlike in Europe and America, where the farmers were using air spraying pesticides and herbicides in the agricultural farms, which reduced drastically the bees population by reducing the production of honey. In conclusion, the study recommended for better improved and ethical beekeeping practices. The study recommends more sensitization and training on modern beekeeping. Moreover, the exploration of effective strategy for beekeeping in terms of drought can also be engaged. What that means to make the products unique and more appealing to buyers are worth pursuing. Government and non-governmental organizations should focus on scaling up and promoting the adoption of transitional bees to improve farmers' income with little skill and low cost. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very wonderfully for keeping to time, Dr. Okpatola. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. We would like to go to the third presenters, the third person. Kindly note your questions, observations for him. We'll come back to that. So be prepared for questions later. Thank you. So the third person will be Dr. Pius Oshuntunji, also online. Are you there? Oshuntuyi. Oh, Emma Binu. Dr. Pius Oshuntuyi, are you set for us? Hello, Dr. Oshuntuyi.
Yeah, hello, ma'am.
Thank you. Are you set for us?
Yes, I am. I'm set, ma'am.
Good. Your 10 minutes starts. Can you tell us the title of your paper as we listen?
First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers of this program, the Institute of Cultural Studies. I'd like to thank those who made it possible, lecturers and non-academic staff as well.
The title of your paper within 10 minutes presentation.
Text and oral traditions in Yoruba cross-cultural religious context.
Dynamics of sacred text and oral traditions
oral
in Yoruba
traditions,
cross-cultural
religious context.
I'm just being careful, so we want to know if you are changing your mind about your title. So your 10 minutes is ongoing.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. So a simple definition of culture is a way of life. And if we look at religion is embedded in culture. And religion can as well be said to be a way of life. Now, there are ancient and modern ways of life. the African indigenous religion, as we all know, is an ancient way of life of the Yoruba people. But as it stands today, the African indigenous religion, Christianity, and Islam are modern way of life of the Yoruba people. When it comes to the scripture, defined scriptures and oral traditions were inspired. I'm talking about ratified scriptures. That means scriptures that have been canonized. They are all inspired. Now, emerging scriptures and unratified scripture or oral tradition as well are inspired. Now, the major difference between the ratified scriptures and unratified scriptures are the mode of acceptance. Now, setting these scriptures and oral traditions apart makes them sacred. That means we've actually removed them and we've actually put them aside for religious purpose and nothing more. Now, all these texts or oral traditions are as the result of religious experience of one prophet or the other. Coming to this the purpose of this paper. Now, the purpose of this paper is to write in line with the theme of the conference, which is the dynamics of cultural perspective, transformation, and modernization in Africa. But the motive of this paper was actually inspired by Professor Okediji's paper presented at the Institute of Cultural Studies, where it sparked a debate after proposing the expansion of the traditional 256 Odu. I could remember that very day, we have some religious pundits on ground, and quite a number of them disagreed with Prof. Now, the aim of this paper includes one, to explore the historical development of sacred texts and oral traditions in religions. Two, to examine both the evolving and static perception of these texts and oral traditions in Yoruba land, and then to investigate the impact of these dynamics on modern Yoruba religious belief system. The methods employed are qualitative in nature, both primary and secondary sources are being utilized. And then the theory, when it comes to the theory as well as the approaches, the study is grounded in sociological and comparative approaches with a major focus on inspirational theories of sacred scriptures and oral traditions. When we talk about inspirational theories in Christendom, for example, we are talking about what we call verbal plenary, we are talking about distinctive theories, we are talking about neo-orthodoxy and the likes. Now, these theories are also found in some other religious traditions. The major text in Christian is the Bible, whereas in Islam we have the Quran or the Hadith. In African indigenous religion, as we all know, quite a number of the texts have not been documented. So we have the literary corpus. Many of them are still in an oral form. Now, the source of all of these sacred texts and oral tradition are from a supernatural being. They are not directly from the human persons, which disseminate it around, and they are known as mediums. Now, these mediums who disseminate around, after letting the adherents know about the message from the supernatural being, have to wait for a while before they are ratified or termed as canonized. Now, the literary corpus is partially canonized. What do I mean by partially canonized? Now, it's ratified that the 256 Odu is 256, no extension, nothing more. Though Professor KGG suggested that there could be more to it, but it is 256 and nothing more. It has been canonized, or should I say ratified as 256. But within the Odus, we have the SS, and these ones can be extended, or should I say, not everything has been documented up to now. For the Christian Bible, these have been ratified. For the Quran and the Hadith, these as well have been ratified. Now, the criteria for canonicity includes one, it must be linked with an authority, it must be widespread, and it must have theological consistencies. The importance of all of these sacred scriptures includes the spiritual. The importance of all the sacred scriptures are one. They are very important when it comes to spiritual guidance, community building. They are important when it comes to preservation of history, and they are actually a source of authority. The findings. Now, in the Yoruba community, the key development when it comes to all of these three oral traditions and sacred scriptures, such that one, there is a resistance to change. Apart from that, many question the validity of this text. It's probably an intra questioning or inter questioning. It could be within a faith or it could be outside the faith, depending on the argument. Now, there's also an adaptation and evolution taking place. If you look at all these texts, there's an adaptation. These texts, the Islamic text and the Bible were not written in Africa, and they did not really talk about the African context, but they've been brought to Africa and they've been brought to Nigeria, or should I narrow it down to Yoruba land? And many preachers or many people or many religious pundits have actually used it to describe things that are local to us, things that are well known to us. Now, there are also emergence of new texts and traditions, which quite a number of us do not know. Now, many people do reverence this text, that's the new or emerging text, even far more than the ones that have been there before, the ones that have been ratified. Apart
Dr.
from that,
Pius, I'd like to interject you that you have just 2 minutes to go. We are enjoying you. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Yeah, there's also a juxtaposition of all these texts. If you listen very well to preachings of people like Tunde Bakari, you tend to find out that it juxtaposes the Islamic text with the Ifa literary corpus and as well as the Christian Bible to portray his point. And there's also a battle of supremacy when it comes to all these texts. So these are findings amongst others. So I would like to say thank you very much for listening. I would love to have your feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate him? So enriching, but we have questions for you. Personally, I have some questions for you too, but kindly let's observe our questions and write them down. Be prepared for our questioning later. Thank you. We'd like to have the fifth presenter, the fourth, pardon me, and this is Dr. Ogundeji and Ogidon. Can we have your presentation now, please? Thank you, scholars in the house, for your attention. We want to listen to Dr. Toyin Ogundeji and Ogidon Oludare Roland. And the title of the presentation is Evolution of Movie, Viewership, Culture in Nigeria, from Celluloid to Streaming. No change of topic? Good. Your 10 minutes starts.
Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Good day to you all participants on-site and off-site. My name is Ogidon Roland Oladare, and the topic of this paper is Evolution of Movie Viewership Culture in Nigeria from Celluloid to Streaming. This paper will be looking at shifts, changes, and new inventions from the time of celluloid up to this moment. The evolution of movie viewership culture in Nigeria reflects broader technology and social change from the early days of celluloid films to the current dominance of streaming platforms. Nigerians' consumption of cinema has undergone significant transformation. This paper examines these transformation phases, highlighting the unique characteristics and viewers' experience. The methodology for this paper is based on an historical and qualitative approach. This will allow us to look at this work critically and appraise the various development and identify the progress made in enhancing movie viewership culture in Nigeria. Viewership culture in Nigeria can be traced to the ancient period when the various spaces such as Shrine, Market Square, Riverside, Palace Court, and Open Field were epic centers for numerous performances of importance and significance value to the society. This ranged from the cultural celebration to ritual or religious ceremony. These spaces allow audience to have immersive experience of diverse performances and shows. But along the line, the arrival of the colonial authority in the late 19th and early 20th century into Nigeria brought about a new perspective to the viewership experience through the cinematic engagement. Well, the progenitor of British film culture in Nigeria can be traced to John Gresham, who the British government actually used during this colonial era to produce films that will showcase what the propagandas of the colonial government, that is, the enlightenment of the people, the colony, on the policy of the British government, and also as a means of educating the populace and spreading information on health. They also use movie during this period to showcase the lifestyle of the Westerners. And most of the film that were used around this time is in cellular format. And cellular format of that era has two components. That is the 16 mm and the 35 mm format. Well, let's look at the cellular era critically. So the cellular film era in Nigeria, which began in the late 19th century and lasted well into 20th century, provided a unique cinematic experience that shaped the way audience engaged the movie of that time. While early film screening in Nigeria were dominated by foreign content, largely by British and America, as well as Bollywood film, which was a later development. During this period, the cellular film format used were primarily 16 mm and 35 mm. These formats were used for real news, educational film, and early documentaries, while the 16 mm was commonly used for educational and documentary films, especially those produced by the British colonial administration. This format was cheaper and more portable, making it suitable for mobile cinema screening in rural areas, which were part of colonial propaganda and educational campaign. We'll be looking at the transition of celluloid film to the cinema. And we'll also be looking at the Nigerian filmmakers that actually produce their film in this cellular format. By 1950s, Nigeria began to involve in the film industry. Filmmakers like Obert Ogunde and Olabalogun were among the pioneers of Nigerian cinema, producing films that reflected local culture, traditions, and narratives. These developments were often linked to the popular Yoruba traveling theaters, especially in the southwest of Nigeria. These theater troupes would later transition into film, contributing significantly to the growth of film industry in Nigeria. Well, in the northern part of Nigeria, there were initial resistance to the intrusion of cinema from the conservative community and Islamic scholars who viewed cinema as a potential threat to cultural and religious value. But later, they also embraced the cinema culture and blended Hausa language and traditional storytelling with cinematic techniques. Some of the early Nigerian filmmakers who began their careers toward the end of the colonial era also shot on 35mm film. But this became more prominent in the post-independent. According to Ekwazi, he affirms that the first few films made in Nigeria post-independent were Culture in Transition, which was shot in 1963, and Kongi Harvest in 1970. Both films were adapted from the Wole Soyinka's play, The Strong Breed and Kongi Harvest. Nigerian films at this time were mostly shown in urban areas and cinemas because, Nigerian films at this time were mostly shown in urban areas and cinema became a social gathering spot. It was a space where people of different backgrounds gathered, and these cinema houses were an escape from daily life and a place for youths, elites, and other social groups to experience global culture, particularly Hollywood actions and romance films. Bollywood movies also attracted significant attention. Well, this work is based on transitional theory because we are looking at how celluloid transits from celluloid to video and from video to streaming online. And we would like to look at the viewer's experience of each era. From that celluloid, the viewership experience, how they perceive the film, and the elements that were involved in making those films. Well, this paper would like to argue that as long as technology keeps on advancing, it is likely that viewership culture will also keep on evolving, because we can see that it is technology advancement that actually brings about the evolution of viewership culture in Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate the joint presenter, which is actually made by Mr. Ogidon on behalf of the two presenters. Let's appreciate him. Thank you for making it to time. So we like you to sit down. When it's questioning time, we will call you up for reactions.
I think I was supposed to present two papers concurrently.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No. The next presenter will now be Dr. Hamid Oluwatoba Lawal. And I think your presentation is entitled Cultural Aesthetics in the films Jagun Jagun and Agnikulakpo. If there's any amendments, let's know.
No amendments.
Okay, then your 10 minutes starts now. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, both the ones on site and the ones online. I'm Hamid Oluwatoba Lawal. My paper is trying to look at cultural aesthetics in the films Anikulapo and Jagun Jagun. When we talk of culture, we are talking of a total way of life, and it encompasses both tangible and intangible elements of culture, which we all know. And then when we talk of aesthetics, we are talking about the beauty in culture. And in preserving our culture and projecting it, the veritable means are the literary arts, the performative arts, and the film. And the film has an edge of audio and visual power to attract the targeted audience. It is against this backdrop that we try to examine these two films. The Nigerian films, Jagun Jagun, 2023, and Anikulapo, highlight the depth and diversity of Yoruba cultural aesthetics, offering audiences the rich tapestry of traditional values, mythologies, and visual storytelling. The film therefore serves as a good case studies for portrayal of Yoruba identity, utilizing costume, language, folktale, and symbolism to reflect spiritual and social landscape. This study, therefore, or this paper rather, examines how these films represent Yoruba aesthetics, not only as a means of preserving and imaging cultural heritage, but as a means of preserving culture. It therefore illuminates the power of indigenous aesthetics in global cinema, as well as the way it bridges the gap between traditional cultural narratives and the contemporary storytelling. Now, when we talk of cultural aesthetic in the concept of film production, it implies how filmmaker utilize the visual and audio medium of the film to promote, preserve, and communicate culture and identity of specific group. Now, in these two films, when you look at, let's take a look at Anikulapo. Anikulapo revolves around a man called Saro, who is on a journey seeking fortune. He's a traditional weaver of clothes. Then when he arrives there,